Are we all good to go? Hello, everyone. How was your week? Well, for a second I thought the mic was muted, but we should be good. We should be great. Hi, everyone. Let's see. On YouTube, there's Banan, there's Louis. I believe that's how you say it, right? Like French. And there's Rodrigo. Welcome to the stream. Hello. And then on Twitch, we have that name. I refuse to say it aloud. Welcome to you nonetheless. We have Gus, Sandscum, and Benedictus. Did I miss anyone? No, we're all good. Hello, everyone. I hope you've all been well. I'm great. How are you? Yes, I am recovering from being sick. I still feel a little sick, and I say this, I really feel like I say this every Friday. But all week, I've been in and out of sick, so it's like, yeah. And oh, thank you, Link Sign, and welcome.
Error Sylvie Banana just redeemed
water.
hydrate.
I see. I hope you recover soon too. I'm a very sickly person in general, so this is nothing new. I can go a few days feeling well, and then a few days feeling bad. So this is nothing new. But let me do the water, since the water thing got redeemed. I hopefully updated the thingamajiggy, so we should be good to go. I'm gonna be playing Sons of the Forest, but I'll have to stream in the corner. No worries. When you said, is it Friday already, Rodrigo? I thought it was maybe Thursday, and I got the date wrong. I feel like I've at least done that once before. But alrighty, hydration time, I suppose. Let's go ahead. Okay, those should be able to be redeemed like, what is it, every 10 minutes, so they shouldn't come in. And I feel like every day is Friday. I mean, I don't know about that one. I consider Friday and Saturday kind of the best days of the week. They were the days you last day of school, and then the day you got to wake up early after going a whole week of waking up on time. So I don't know about that one. And I feel I did do that. And it's Saturday for you. You're in the future, I say. It's like, and hi, oh, Ansia, right? I think. I may come back later. I'm currently heavily multitasking. No worries, come and go as you please, but thanks for stopping by just to say hi, and welcome. I hope your multitasking is proficient, and it is, what's the word I'm looking for? Is optimized. There we go, as I can sometimes multitask, but it doesn't work out. So I hope you're able to stay focused. Yeah, you got it right. Wonderful. Not having the either really made a difference, so I'm glad we figured that out. Multitasking, I barely know her. Yeah, you know, I tend to notice I do better when I have one thing to do. Give me one job, and does my job, I'll just do it. I'll do A-okay, you know. And then we have game dev, where currently right now I'm wearing multiple jobs, and you see how that's going. It is a thing at the moment currently, you know. It's not just I have to be the programmer, I have to be the artist, the writer, the musician, the programmer. I feel like I missed a few, and I'm not multitasking productively. Sometimes there's just those days, but I hope it's a thing of you're able to focus. As you know, sometimes, well, the thing is, it's like it's okay not to be productive sometimes, in the sense of you just have those days of non-productivity and just try. Today's definitely for me a trying day, but I've been really excited to get back into working on my game. So you know what? We're gonna try. Let's see. I'm fighting so hard against my PC. Such is the life of a Linux nerd. I've been wanting to swap over to Linux, but I have never used a Linux anything before. So I really don't know how that would go. I had to recently reinstall the Windows operating system onto my computer, and that was scary. So for right now, unless I really have to upgrade to Windows 11, I'll stay on Windows. But Eventually, I'd love to go to Linux, as it sounds nice over there. And I'm going now. I'm sick because of the surgery. Oh, I hope you feel better, and I hope you're able to recover soon. I just want to say hello and hope your sickness has gotten better. Thank you, Ferris. I hope you have a lovely one. And again, I hope the recovery is swift. Surgery's no fun, and the recovery time can sometimes be awful. And Linux is barely any different from Windows. Yeah, but it takes time to redo, right? And glasses talk already. We were gonna get that for free in a second. I suppose. Hold on, let me get the timer. I gotta have a better timer system or something of the sorts. Like to have a timer that can switch up on screen, but I have the 10 minutes going now. So thank you for the redeem, McPie, and welcome to stream. Hello. And let's see, 2-week recovery? Oh, it's not too bad. I've had 3 months before, or half a year. And so 2 weeks, you can stick it in there, I'm sure of it. 2 weeks ago, I switched to Windows 11, and after using it for a day, I then decided to switch to Linux. Yeah, this computer, Windows 10. I have a second one, like an Office-y one for Windows 11. I don't like the layout, so if I can stick with Windows 10, I will. Look at this nerd. You did this, McPie. You're responsible. Can you just go calling me a nerd after doing this? Well, welcome. Alrighty, let's see. Let's go into the planning screen. And Linux Mint is the closest distro Windows in terms of how the desktop looks and works. Interesting one. I will eventually have to look into it, I know. But like I said, simple one-track things, if I don't have to deal with it will not be on my plate. And my distro recommendation is Linux Mint. I have heard of that one. I'm using Arch Linux. Interesting. Interesting one. And Windows 10 is the easiest to use, but after that, Linux is definitely better. Yep. If I have to, I'm going to Linux. And Windows is such confusing and restrictive OS. Linux is way better. I see. There's a little bit of divide. I can certainly say, as long as I don't have to, I won't. But if I ever do have to, I'm going to Linux. 100%. Saying that though, now that timer is up, we can get into today's topic now. I haven't done a programming stream in, I think, let me check. Hold on. I believe a month. It's been quite a bit of time because I've been stuck on one specific problem that, truthfully, I would have never figured out if it weren't for the help of a fellow game developer on Twitch. It has been, hold your horses. Let's see, 34, 1 month ago, 35, 1 month ago. Yeah, 1 month. It's been exactly 1 month. Saying that though, let me make sure I give the game the recognition they deserve. Let me see if I can figure out how to do the shout out again, as I'm still learning the Twitch stuff, but I want to make sure. He's working on a kind of, Vampire Survivor sort of game where you have waves and you have to attack them and upgrade. And it's also a rhythm game. So that's where we kind of happen to cross lines. And we going back to the elevator purgatory? I have no idea what you're talking about, Gus. What problem was it? Calibration. I didn't know that was very important to do rhythm games in general. I learned that the very hard way. So let's see, OUT. I think that should work. There we go, lovely. And I did read that, good. And calibration, you wouldn't think it, but I thought the rhythm portion of a rhythm game would be the hard part, the input. It was not. It was the after part. I was able to get the input part correctly, but then the calibration left me, like I'd say, 2 months of being stumped. However, earlier this week, we had a talk, and I think I figured it out. So today we'll be working on the input, now that I have proper calibration, I think, and I'm really excited to show you. But now that we have proper calibration, the hope is that today we'll be working on the actual game portion to figure out if we can make a way for the calibration to function in the game. And then, hopefully, fingers crossed, if we have time, if we're able to do this in like the first 30 minutes, we'll just do a little bit of refactoring and think about things, decide on life choices. So, saying all of that, saying those things, having these plans, I've gotta go, somewhere for just a quick hot second, all right? Now, saying that, you stay right there, get nice and comfy, okay? Yeah. I don't know Hello Kitty at all. The most I know is a Gretsuko, but that's kind of not even related. Talking to that pop-up cat. Interesting one. Saying that, hold on. There we go. The scene is set. So, yeah, you know, it seems you like to come here very often. Either by your own will or by not your own will. I'm not really sure. You know, it's not really up to me. What's really up to me is the fact that you're here, I'm here, and since you're here, you happen to be at an elevator waiting for your elevator to go up. You know, there's no windows, there's no stairs, there's no exits, no doors, no nothing. You don't have any tools to do anything of the sort. You're just you, and you're just the elevator. Hi, Boolean. Welcome to stream. Welcome. And I'm doing well. I could be a little better. I've been sick all week, but I've been much better since starting the stream. But welcome. Saying that, you know, since you happen to be here, I happen to be here, and I tend to think when a moment of opportunity arrives, one should take it, should they not? And since you're here, I'm here, why don't we get to know each other a little bit? You know, why don't I make myself approachable? Hello. How you doing? Hello. Oh, dude, I don't even think you saw the thing. I think I clicked the wrong button, but you know what? Hi, did I just suddenly appear on your screen? Even better. Took you by surprise. Oh boy. Hi, Q's. Welcome. Are you supposed to see something? Yeah. I messed it up. Hold on. I'll hold your horses. This has to be understood, right? Okay. You know what? You didn't see it? That's okay. I'll be right back. Hold on, let's see if I can do this properly. I'm still trying to get the buttons correct. You think after so many times of doing it, I would understand? But again, I am not the controller of whatever's going on at the moment. I just happen to kind of be stuck here with you. We're in this together. So, I'll be right back, okay? Now, as I was saying before, somehow I didn't appear out of nothingness. Hello again. So, let's continue. Very dapper. Thank you. And not the business jump scare. You knew it was coming. There's no jump scare involved. Only welcoming and acceptance of your fate. And I'm sorry I'll have to miss the elevator, otherwise I'll never eat. Eating is way more important. I was supposed to cook 2 hours ago. Go eat. Have food. Make sure you are nutritionized. Very important. Saying that, though, welcome to the elevator pitch. It's a section I like to do at the beginning of stream for those that may not have heard of my game before. Maybe they've, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe they're coming back after a while, and it serves as a way for me to get better at explaining what my game is about. And what is that game, you might ask? You might question. Well, it's Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game that I've been working on since last August. And, you know, it's about to be a year. The goal of the game was to finish last December, but what is it now? January, February, March, April, May, June? It's June, so I've got like 2 months before a year, so there's that. However, we're all here now. You know what? I've accepted my fate quite much as well. And the elevator pitch I do for 1 minute. And honestly, I don't think I've seen your game. I thought I followed you a long time ago and just realized last week that I wasn't. No worries, Boolean. I do appreciate it. Usually it's like I rave people, and if I like the game, I stick around. But I just want to make sure more eyes are on the indie Godot developers saying. So no worries. And corporate heiress? Big business, big stonks. Saying that though, once that timer starts up there, I've got 1 minute to pitch my failed game idea to you. And at the end of the minute, you will agree, you will fund all your money to the purpose. 100%. That's 100% how this goes. You have no say. Saying that though, are you ready? Okay. I did this the other day, so we should be good. I shouldn't be too rusty. And years are not real. Years are a concept. Reality is an illusion. Buy gold. Alrighty, here we go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer, whose goal is to, well, she goes to this prestigious academy by her family, and she doesn't really want to become a necromancer in life. No, she wants to become a baker, a chef. She wants to cook for her fellow students. So deciding to do that, she finds a random place in her school, random cafeteria, random classroom, and she creates a cafe there. The goal is that by the end of the semester, she can show the world that she doesn't have to become a necromancer to be successful. She can do this, and the idea is that you serve your fellow customers, so that's the cafe sim part of the game, but where does the rhythm typing come into play? You question, I answer. The idea is that in order to create your food, you have to summon it. You have to spellcast the food. You do this by typing to the beat. You type to poems, you type to poetry on the screen, be it fast, slow, up, down, hectic, and crazy. And the idea is that you go back and forth between serving customers and creating food, summoning food, creating rhythmic music of your game. And I feel like, you know what? I've had better days on the advertisement part, but you know what? I gotta warm back up. And intense talking. Oh yeah, gets my throat all warmed up. And oh no, I came in at the elevator time. Hi, Dark. Welcome back. And interesting. Yeah. I'm sure you want like 5% equity. Yeah. I'm gonna start the glasses timer up again. It had about 6 minutes left. I didn't want to take away from that 10 minutes, so I'll start it back up again now that we are completed with it. And you know what? Oh, hold on, let me clear my throat. We're good. Now, if I didn't happen to convince you with this 10 out of 10 idea, that's okay. That's all right. I understand. You need a proof of concept. So why don't I show you the game? Let me go ahead and, get out of my business outfit and corpo. Let me go ahead and get out of the business attire. Let me get into the programming attire with my comfortable associate here. His name is Bobby. Say hello, Bobby. Yes, hello. And let me go ahead and show you the game. If I go into it should be Obsidian, that button there. And nice pitch, sounds really cool. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm very rusty, but it's eventually a little bit the most charming take my money now type of pitch. For now, it's practice. And let me get the dev, leaves and enters again. Yes, let me get my associate, walks away. Saying that, I believe I should be able to do Necrotype. Does that work? And hi, forgetful programmer. Welcome back to stream. If you'd like, there is currently a prototype right now on itch. And let me go ahead and copy that for our YouTube people right then and there. It'll bring you to this big old screen. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here. Let me give you the basics of the game, the lowdown. If I go ahead and mute this guy so that it's easier, I think that was playing double audio, but we should be good to go now. Help! An eldritch princess in a business suit is taking all my money while speaking incomprehensible words. Where? Huh? I didn't see nothing. Oh boy, let me go ahead and make this guy a big screen. I should be able to, if I go ahead and show this guy, yep, hide this guy. There we go, look at that. Nice and very clean transitions going on here. Saying that though, if we go ahead and click on levels, we go to tutorial. This is the game in a nutshell. You can see a lot of it, there's not really many textures, which is a-okay because this is the prototype, the proof of concept. I want to get the bare basics of the game down. So I want to get the rhythm typing and the cafe game down. Today we'll be working on rhythm typing portion. But you can see this character walks around. That's the not cafeteria, but the cafe portion. These are going to be desks in here and it's going to be decorated. But for right now, they're just all blocks and blobs. And I accidentally just overridden my 80-day save. Oof. Best of luck, Bananian. If I go ahead and open up this guy here, you can see there's a book. The idea is that this is going to be the menu of the game. If I hold down space, there will be pages you'll be able to flip through, and it'll show you different things in the game. So if I go to this lady here, it's a customer. Let's have the customer sit down, think about what she wants to order from our delicious cafe. May I suggest order number 3. That's a pretty good one. It's a pretty tasty one, and she seems to agree 100%. So let's go ahead and take her order. if I open up the spellbook, you can see here that there's a few symbols going on. I think my mouse should show it. Yeah, there's a pink and there's a purple and then there's a symbol here. If I go to the next page, it gives us an atlas. So that pink purple means sweet bitter cake. Let's go ahead and serve her a sweet bitter cake. We can go over here to the spellcasting area. And this is all gonna be nice and shiny eventually. This guy here, that's a trash can. Maybe I should make it gray to make it easier to understand. I thought the red made it like sort of a deletion thing, so red for delete. Let's go ahead and see. Sweet, bitter, and then we have cake. So when I click generate, the game will start. Well, the game's already started, but the mini game of rhythm typing. So let's see how well I do. It's been quite a second. All right, here we go. A, N, D, space, W, H, A, T, space, I, S, space, G, O, O, G, space, A, N, D, space, T, H, E, space, M, O, M, E, space, N, E, D, E, R, T, no, the A, G, L, E, yeah, It's almost over. Let's see. S, S, space, B, A, N, D, E, R, S, N, A, T, C, H, exclamation. Yep, 10 out of 10 right there. Perfect first try? Yeah. So let's go ahead and serve the customer. And where am I? Hello, hello, where am I? Welcome to stream. Hi, how's your day? Going a lot better. And published on Steam when? Once the prototype's done, I want to make sure the game looks all nice and pretty, and then I want to put a demo out, an actual, well, this is proof of concept, right? So this is the prototype, but once the prototype's done, then we move to the demo, and that's when it goes on Steam. As eventually, I'd like this to be fully fledged, but for right now, it's just the bare bones. If the customer's eaten, they've been served, they can go ahead and leave. And the idea is that there's going to be customers, also going to be these guys that are going to do special things to the game, like terrify the customers. You'll have to serve them to get rid of them, these ghost guy here. But that's for another day. Right now, we are lowering our scope and focusing on simply the rhythm typing portion of the game. So let me go ahead. I should be able to stop the audio, move that guy there, that guy there. Oh, actually, before we do that, let me show you. Oh, glasses timer is up. So, no more glasses now. And hi, Nappa. Welcome back to stream. I hope you've been well. Welcome. And I hope you've been well too. Where am I? I don't believe I've seen your name before. I think I've seen Kiyo before though. Welcome to you as well. Apologies for not seeing your name sooner, but welcome all the same. All right, did I miss anyone? Let me just double check. Oh, I don't think I said hi to you, Lusk. Welcome to stream to you as well. And the food is now being prepared. Anyway, about the game. Good. It's working. Lovely. Any more I may have missed? Just in time to get out of the elevator. Indeed. All right, I think we're good. I think we're A-okay. And I got the save file back. Congratulations. And when did you get into game development? And what was the motivation? Oh boy. Hold your horses. Let me open this guy back up to make things a little bit easier to see. And if I go ahead and hide that guy, this should make it a little bit easier. If I go to my itch page, so this is my itch.io page, you can kind of see, right? I have 3 games up here and a character template for pixel art. You can ignore that guy for now. We're just looking at these 3. I'd say I've been being in the game dev area for about 3 years now. I started in college. I was going to college to get a game dev degree of programming, things of that nature. I ended up dropping out about 1.5 years in. Have not looked back since. I'm far happier now, but while I was there, this was the final project, a console cafe simulator. This was made using, it's not even a game engine. It's a thing called Visual Studio. And this guy here uses, you can kind of see in the images, this is no big guy. It's just a lot of, what do you call these little guys here? The images. I got frustrated in the fact that I wasn't using an engine like even Unity or Unreal. I had to use the CMD and ASCII. Yep, ASCII. I had to figure out how to make my own ASCII for like a mixer, a pan, toaster oven, how to make the cabinets. I worked very hard on this project. I did get an A. I can say that. That was the final project of one of the semesters. And versus VS, my beloved. I do like it. Not for making games though. And I'm a college dropout too. Whoop whoop. See? You can very much judge me. What's the thing too? It was my worry that I needed a degree to do game dev, but you don't. I think if you're trying to get into like AAA, you do. However, that was never my goal. I just wanted to make games, maybe join small groups, but I never wanted to get into like Blizzard or Riot. I just wanted to make games, and great work, thank you. Like, thank you, indeedy. Saying that though, an A should have been for an S. I like the way you think, Laskin, thank ya. Saying that, when I came out of college, what happened then was I made this guy here. This game, and I think I can even play it in browser if I click it. Do we have it? I made this game in 24 hours. I started a timer, and anytime I worked on it, I made it. So if I hide this for just mute this for just a quick second so you can get a feel for the game. I can even, let's see. If I hide that, show that, make this bigger. There you go. I made this game in 24 hours called Starry Sky Scramble. It's very simple. My people, stop giving me ideas. If college is for you, I really do think it is for some people, but for me, it didn't work out. Not one bit. And this has got to be posted on Steam. This game here, I don't think it does. Not one bit. It was a thing of I wanted to make a game. It had to be my first game, and it was. It made 24 hours. So if I just click this guy here, all the idea of the game was that there are these little stars here, and you click them. That is the game. You see how far you can get with just seeing if you can recognize the stars once the stars look a certain way, once they get all nice and sparkly. So that guy, sparkle, and it's endless. That's the game in a nutshell. There is nothing else to it. There's not even an escape thing you can do. The game just ends, and death. So for 24 hours for a first game, I think I did great. And since then, so let me go ahead and hide this guy, show this guy. I should be able to hide that guy there. From there, I moved on to Necrotype Cafe. And no battle pass. Hi. Let's see, Lil Frosty, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Nah, we're no battle pass people here.
Lil Frostix is now following.
Thank you for the follow as well. Is it Little Frostix? I saw the XD, but I figured the XD was an add-on. Well, thank you again. And yeah, the UI and elements were very clean. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll back up. Did I miss something? I got the degree. You don't miss out on anything. Just problem solve if you go. Yeah, yep, 100%. Gotta go for a minute, BRB. No worries. I'm pretty good for 24 hours. Thank you. So saying all that, since doing this final project, doing this first game, I decided I wanted to make a cafe game, kind of like what I did here. This game involves typing in order to get out your food, but it was more so commands that you had to type. And are you wooden son? Hi, Rudy. Welcome back to stream. So for my next project, I decided, hold on, where are our buttons at? For my next project, I decided to make another typing cafe game. However, I made the wonderful decision to add rhythm. Hence, we have Necrotype Cafe, and I have been working on this one, my second game, since last August. And as I said before, a year will soon have passed, but you know what? You'll learn. Usually they say don't do RPGs as your first few games, and they are 100% correct. Don't do rhythm games either. It is a doozy. However, I've learned a lot. I can at the very least say that. Just saying all of that, let me go ahead and show you the current calibration that is public and live. I go ahead and mute this guy for a quick second. If I click calibration here, the idea of how calibration worked to how I understood it was you have this guy here, and then I just change the pace of the note. And if it lands in the center, you're great to go. Your calibration is good. If it doesn't land in the center, you could modify it with these buttons down here. So that was the feel. And then from there, we also, and you can see as well, there's a variety. And if I go into here, our next button, this guy here, the idea was just you saw the letter and you put it on the thing. That was that guy there, and that was the calibration feel. However, unbeknownst to me, it didn't work. And Krypton the Necromancer was an influence. I didn't say, nope, it wasn't. I got it eventually ended up being as much, but the original Necromancer idea wasn't from Krypton the Necromancer. But yeah, Necrodancer, yeah. It wasn't initially, but when I learned about the game, it definitely did end up becoming it. And I'm trying to make Bones and Blender for model because I want to be in competition for when the first place winner can win a computer looking for Skull Crushers for Doom. Best of luck, Rudy! That's a lot of words. Barely understand understand, but competition, you're trying to win. So, best of luck, I say indeedy. Saying that, I had someone send in this, I believe it was Check on Discord, and they sent over this. And you saw how the test is supposed to work, right? You should look into Cadence of Hyrule if Crypt of the Necromancers was an inspiration. Hold on. CADENCE of HYRULE. I will save that for later. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I see. It's made by the same people. It kind of looks like it at least. They have the same art style. Thank you for that one. So if I go ahead and click this, look what happens when a different computer runs the software, right? Kind of sort of works, kind of sort of, but then they, yeah, I got that looks. Now look what happens when they, go out of full screen. It was broken. The calibration itself didn't work. It worked on my computer because of my computers. What's my computers? No, that's a Plastron VS. We're good. We're good on the language. My computer has certain, what is the word I'm looking for? Parameters. It's of a certain strength. So if this worked on a NASA computer or if it worked on a potato computer, it's gonna have different results. I did not know that. So hence why we're working on making a new calibration system. So if I go ahead and click that guy there, and isn't it technically based on the physics process? So cap it on 30 FPS-ish. What words you are speaking to me now, I still barely understand. I'm trying to get better understanding it. Physics process, I do know that one, and that one I did use for the new calibration system. And cap it on 30, I believe it's capped now at 60 and works on my machine, the classic programmer. Whoa. Yeah. I tell you, I thought it would work on everyone's. So now we've evolved since then, and the old it worked on my machine problem. Yep. And Crypt of the Neck. Oh, I did read that. Good. Did I miss anything? I don't think we're good. I don't think I did. Yep. Alrighty. So saying all that, let me show you the current version of the game. So if I go ahead and click on, let's see, this guy here. Look at a programming now. And saying that, since I was struggling with the calibration for the past, I'd say maybe 2 months, we did other aspects of the game. This included working on the music of the game. Another thing I did not think I would have to learn. I thought I could get away with just finding music online and then adding notes to it. But turns out, in order to make a good rhythm game, you have to understand how music works. You know, they kind of go hand in hand together. And so since I started learning how music works and code, it's been a long while since I last seen some. Me too, I've been trying to get back into working on it daily. However, I've been sick for the last few days, so it's been a little on and off-ish. So since I've been working on music, and a game about music needs music, you wouldn't think, would ya? But you know what? That's fine. That's a-okay. So since then, we've made 2 songs, a new title screen song and also a new cafe song. So you heard the old guys. The hope is that this game I'm working on, and oh, it didn't show up. This game that I'm working on, it'll be 100% created by me. So I'll make the art, I'll make the music, I'll do everything so I can understand what goes into a game. And then in the future, I can work alongside people. And I make games with music, and I complain that it doesn't make sense. I've heard of that before. I've done it a few times depending on how loud it is. And this is a rhythm game? Yep. And hi, Rain Recorded, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. And are you more of an artist than a programmer? I would say I'm probably 50-50. I really want to hone in on my programming skills and my art skills, both of them. I want them to be very strong points, but I want to have fun game mechanics over everything else. The game can look, pretty okay, but if it's really fun, then you can't put it down and it doesn't quite matter. And nice. How did you map the keys to the presses of the song? That is what we'll be working on today. I just want to show you the other song currently right now. So if I go ahead and go to this guy here, this is a new cafe music song. Since it's supposed to be a prestigious academy, I tried my best to make it feel very prestigious. So in this current version, all the music is made by me, which is crazy to say. I wouldn't have thought last August when making this game that I would have made music. I'm still very blown away. Let's see, yeah, that's the loop right then and there. So, saying all of that and that, I have had help on Monday, I talked to a rhythm game creator that is on Twitch, and now we have a new calibration system in the works. I believe it works. What we'll be working on today is, now that we have calibration working, we need to fix the minigame. For the minigame currently is not working properly. And did you start doing pixel art or programming first? Programming. I started doing programming first. I started back in college with programming, and then once I got out of college, I stopped programming because I was scarred. So I picked up pixel art, and then I dropped pixel art because I was scarred. I went back to programming, and now I do both. So here is the current calibration now, the composer. It's getting better, isn't it? And music and art is harder than coding itself. I don't know. If you understand the scope of the programming itself, I would say programming is easier. It's the issue of understanding that comes down to it. For art, it's the thing of, I don't think this looks good, but I don't know how to make it look good. When you have a programming problem, there's a solution. You just have to find it. And programming coding is just as hard as art? Yep, 100%. And is the current project to learn, or are you planning on making it a release game? Both! Since this is my second game, I'm not expecting a lot. However, I'm using it as a learning process. My goal is to put it on Steam eventually as a commercial game. However, I want to take my time with understanding what goes into making a game, what goes into uploading it to Steam and everything. So it's more so just it's a project in the sense of, I'm not taking it too seriously. I'm trying to learn, and if it goes bad, if it goes okay, I'll be happy. Saying that, if I click calibration, look at the new screen. Look what happens when I click start. Yeah? Isn't that neat? It took me forever. A good 2 days. But look at it. Completely different. So the idea is that you click the button. Let's see. There you go. This guy, I believe, goes for about 10. Let's see. Yup. To go for 10. Is it gonna stop at 10? I don't know. It should end eventually. But it's not. We might have to do something related to this. And it's really cute, thank you. However, I think I broke it. Something's not working. However, you get the feel I'm going for. I hope, at least. So it seems, you know what, we can't move on to the game part. Something is broken with the calibration that we'll have to figure out. And coding is about solving puzzles, and art is about trying stuff out. Yeah, I'd say so. Coding is about, it's a puzzle. I'm not a fan of puzzles, but I do like coding. I like seeing what I put in actually happen. And big numbers flickering give me anxiety. You can ignore those numbers. That was me trying to figure out how the number system worked. And I love it, Iris, and I'm sorry for this, but shouldn't it give you the latency? Yeah, like I said, something's broken. It should have stopped at 10. But as you noticed, it kept going. Something's broken. So let's figure that out. Why don't we? I'll go ahead and end that guy there. Put on this guy here. Oh, I need these glasses. Makes me feel very business and very programmy. I've got a cup of coffee here. This is what we'll be doing for the next 4 hours. Welcome. Oh boy, I'm so excited to be back programming. And, oh, did I miss a? Oh, no, I did. Oh, we're good. Aspiring. I'm better at drawing than coding. I have heard that before. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to get better at learning pixel art, since I feel like pixel art and making games can go hand in hand. It doesn't necessarily need games, but it's a great medium for game devs. And I'm learning Godot through tutorials. I only know some basics, but I want to make a rhythm game one day. Learn platformers and 3D shooters. Interesting. I sort of know state machines now, though. You really do have to take it bit by bit. If I have anything to say, I would say try to isolate those ideas, as because I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game, I have to learn how to make a typing game, I have to learn how to make a cafe game, and I have to learn how to make a rhythm game. Hence why it's been taking so long. I've made a typing game before. Well, no. I've made a game where you have to put inputs in, so I've only made a cafe game. That's the only experience I had before doing this project. I can say it, cafe portion of the game is complete. It's the rhythm typing that needs a little bit of work. That's why we're here. And let's see. Depending on how you do it, coding can be really creative, and music feels like a puzzle. Yeah, depending on how you do it, 100%. I feel like they can go vice versa too. An unrelated question, how long is the cooldown for the voice actor team? It's a good question, Lusk. I believe it's an hour, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. You know what? Let me just hold on your horses. Let's see. Edit. this guy here, it is 30 minutes. I don't like that. 1 hour. There we go. That should work out better. Thanks for asking. And back, welcome back. And have you played Ico or know of it? Never heard of Ico or maybe ICO before? Nope. That's an interesting, it's a new one for me. And hi, Yanis. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back. And hello, humans. Well, you know, you're talking to chat, truthfully, 100%. And I actually think that learning through tutorials is a bad move. I think it depends. You can learn a lot from tutorials. It is a thing of learning to use resources, as I think the mistake that comes from learning tutorials is that you just copy and paste. You don't learn. If you're doing the tutorial and you learn the sense of, all right, why do they do this thing? Or maybe I should try this thing out. Then I think you can learn. And you can learn, but you can't understand essentially. Yeah. That's the thing. It's just a thing of don't copy and paste anything you find. Try to understand it. That said, I'm pretty sure there's some code in here that is a thing of find out why it works. If I go to, I think, let's see. I open up this guy here and go to our rhythm game. So I think it's a minigame, let's see. Minigame, oh no. You already have the glasses, you just need-
PSH4 Dow just redeemed do a voice / act
What did you do, Lusk?
Well, better than nothing. You already have the glasses. Just need the
nerdy
voice creator then.
Oh boy. Hold your horses. And let's see. You get caught, yeah. Basically, yeah. And tutorial reference. Look at a trailer for Ico. I can in my free time. I can take a look at it. And exactly. Hi, Shard. Welcome back to stream. Let me pull up the guy, so that I know when I can stop doing the the voices. So let's see. If I click this guy here, there should already be a timer, but I don't see it, which is very odd, but that's a-okay. If I do this guy, I copy this guy. If I bring it into, let's see, game, that guy there, and then I click that button there, it should be that guy and that guy. There we go. So I'll go ahead and set this guy here to 5 minutes, and then set this here to nerdy voice. This should make it easier to keep track. All right, voice, nerdy. There we go. And then once that guy starts here, so let's see, rename. And oh yeah, Rand. That works. And at the moment, I'm bashing my head on how to make a pick locking minigame like TES Oblivion, and I refuse to look for tutorials. That's a method of learning. I've only know of the Skyrim pick locking method, but I feel like that could be a really fun minigame, or just a game to make around. Like, how fast can you pick lock something? I do wish you luck. Trying to make your own system, or trying to figure out how to go from some place to like making the game snake, trying to parse it and trying to figure out, okay, I know the end goal, how do I make it? That's a challenge, but if you can manage to succeed, you learn a lot. Let me go ahead and click this guy here, scripts, go ahead to do. This will be 5 minutes, Let's go ahead and do. Okay, so when that time starts, nerdy voice. Oh boy. And last year I made my own version of the Skyrim lockpick. It's very fun to recreate game mechanics. It sounds like it. I really do have to try it at some point. Alrighty. Nerdy voice. Gotta think in the actually type of voice. Exactly, if you try to copy the tutorial, not branching out, trying to understand how something works, you don't really learn anything. 100%. Have you entered a game jam or joined a re-share project? Not one bit, not that I can tell you actually. Not at all. I have only done the two games, as I showed earlier. I used to not look at stuff and wanted to do everything myself, but then I realized sometimes you need to learn stuff from someone who knows what they're doing. Yep. I look up tutorials for parts of the game, not the entire game. So if I'm struggling to learn a double jump mechanic, then I might look up a tutorial to do a double jump, then try to program a triple or quadruple jump, things of that nature. Saying that now, we can proceed, why don't we? If I go ahead, I'm looking for my my minigame. Let's see, it should be a spellcasting minigame scene. There we are, that's the one I was looking for. And if we go up here, somewhere along the lines, it should recognize, I think, if I do note key listener. So key listener, let's see, is it in this code? I'm trying to find where I Oh, there we go. Found in this place, so I didn't just copy and paste. Well, I did, but I remembered to go back and look for it. It's not my priority right now to learning. I just wanted to do and work, and she's so smart, her mind is faster than her words. Big brain, might I add. And let me make sure, well, if I copy the tutorial and I don't understand it, and I can't change it to be my own twisted twist to it, yeah. For me, at least, I find something, I break it apart, and then take what I need. So you can see, figure out why this works, and then I have Unicode. So this guy here is responsible for putting taking the player input and figuring out, okay, when you press this button, what button are you trying to press? Does it match the screen? That's what that code is. And yes, you didn't say, I'm afraid your code is void. It is null, I think. Actually, it is null. Summer break starts next week. I hope you have a fun time on your summer break. I remember being really excited for those. If we're going back to our calibration screen, as this is the new guy. I used to have 2 guys. Now we have 1 guy. For some reason, this guy isn't ending. It is a continuous loop. Something is incorrect here. We have to correct it. So hello, had to work a little bit longer today. Welcome to stream, Senta. I'm glad you could make it to this province and are here to participate and be present in the moment, as they might say. And you would to do a state for whether a pin is down or tapped and moving up and down, and set or miss, and set the misses to break a point. I don't think that's a problem. I think there's a different problem we have to address. Let's see. I'm trying. It's very hard. just use big words. I'm sure it'll work out. And welcome to stream. Welcome to stream, Zero. I'm glad you could make it as well. Your presence is noticeable and accepted and thanked. Saying that, if we go back into the calibration screen. Lusk, how dare you call me out? Actually, I'm retired, so it's different. Saying all of that, Stardew Valley gamer, I love Stardew Valley. It's a very fun game. I do enjoy it in my off time when I do have the time to spare. We're looking somewhere for why the game doesn't end. There should be an end state. There's no end state, and sorry I was taking a guess at how to make an Oblivion-style lockpicking game. No, oh, that's what that was. That makes a lot more sense. State for whether a pin is up, down. I think that makes sense, 100% sense. I agree. I'd have to think of it a little bit more, but I feel like it could be a fun challenge to make the lockpicking feel of a game. Saying that, I have some functions here: hide skulls, show skulls. Something is off in the sense that it's not taking the input of the game. It's not taking the input when the player puts in the input. So something is off in our actual minigame, I think, actually. Saying that, if we go here, you can see get distance. There should be a function here if we continue looking. Should be something of the sorts of start spellcasting minigame. No, we're looking for calibration. Here we are, right here. Calibration start, calibration end. All right. So if I go ahead and click the game again, try to make it work out. Where are we at? What are we looking at? If I go ahead and click that guy, it'll bring us back to the main game. And then if I go ahead and click calibration, go ahead and mute this guy so the music isn't overlapping. I click start, calibration start, and it also says beat, which means we are entering this calibration screen. However, if I scroll back up here, there should be a guy, if calibrating on music player finished, correct? That is correct. Let's see, if we go to get score, that's not what we need. We're looking for, there was a function here that calculate automatic, this guy here, I believe it's this guy here that's responsible for our beats and our times. However, my time is up, which means I can no longer do the actually. I hope you enjoyed, Lesk. No one say anything about the timer. I was eyeing it. I hope that was enjoyable. And oh, by the way, what I meant by latency is text on screen saying something like latency is 4 milliseconds. I do plan on having an end thing tell you. For right now, it prints it. But I do agree, yeah. I've had a previous latency and things of that nature. That was great. I'm glad I made it worth your dime. I'm happy to hear it. And prestigious. There's a lot of big words, Zero. And is game dev a part-time job for you, or is your main focus? It's my main focus. My main focus is trying to learn. However, as I die and freeze, you know, it is a thing. So if we go up here, update song position, something's wrong here. this guy here. This guy isn't getting printed. Let's see, physics process. I know someone mentioned that earlier. That was changed to here. That was one of the recommendations. Update song position. We're looking for handle calibration input. I'm not sure this guy is getting in here. So if I go ahead and say, let's see, print, or rather let's do utility.debug print. The print debug message. I'm here. Let's see if this actually does print. I'm not sure if we're going into this function since it's not handling the input. So if we go ahead and click play on here, what do we get? Let's see. Oh, something else I needed to do as well was make it so that the input when she's singing, everything of that nature, it needs to be aligned with the skulls. Right now it goes sing, skull, sing, skull. We need the singing and the skull to do the same. So it actually needs to do this guy back here. I did figure that out as well. There we go. Since it takes the time in between to move and then it's played. So we're all good in that sense. And prodigious. Oh, I have prodigious. Interesting. I've heard of prestigious, for prodigy, but prodigious. Haven't heard of that one before. And taking notes. Whatever use the information in my life, but listens anyway. I appreciate your presence, man. I know for at least in the sense of a lot of people, they haven't been here before. There's a lot of new faces here. A lot of things of you have not seen this code go from one page to all of this. So a lot of it's a little bit confusing. So I'm doing the best I can to hopefully explain it as for me as well. A lot of this is confusing as I haven't been here in a second. So there's a lot of trying to remember, but I just looked at this code the other day. So it shouldn't be that bad. And eventually, you know what? Comments will be added. That's what refactoring is for. Saying that though, let's go ahead and click start. And sorry if it's a bit unrelated, but I wanted to thank you because I started to do pixel art again since last week's stream. No worry if it's unrelated. I am always happy to hear that. I said this and I'll continue to say it, but my eventual goal is that 3 years back when I started on YouTube, there weren't a lot of pixel artists, there weren't a lot of pixel art channels. So I wanted more people to do pixel art so I could see more pixel art, especially when it comes to game dev. So to hear that it's wonderful to hear, truly. And I'm glad you picked it up back again as, yeah, I have been doing pixel art on and off. I've been doing programming on and off, but the important part is that you just at some point get on it again. And that's where we're at. And you're coding in Sprite itself. So I'm using a plugin. I only started doing this recently for some of the, frames? And I started animations. Ooh, even better. For this guy here, for the singing, if I click start. Okay. Oh, whoa. Now it's registering. It wasn't doing that before. All right. Okay. Interesting. It fixed itself? It wasn't doing that before. It didn't stop. It just continued. But I then put the code down that said I'm here and it decided to show itself. Huh? Oh, I didn't change anything. Interesting. Okay, I suppose. All right. Okay. You know what? You work. I'm not going to complain. To address the in pixel art, or as Eris likes to say, pixel art. I say pixel art. And why is the little witch sad? She is meant to be this way. She's actually happy. You know, people have a resting angry face. I like to call hers a resting sad face. If you've ever seen Steven Universe, I take a lot of inspiration from the blue diamond design. That's the forever sad face, but she's happy to be her, don't worry. And both love and hate it when that happens because it's like, huh? Yeah, you see, when it happens, when it works, you immediately save it. You save it, you back it up, and you don't look back. Let me go ahead and go back to the I'm here. I think it is in, oh, this is the old guy. So we can also get rid of the old screen. So go and Control F and do I'm here. It should be around here somewhere. It's not in the calibration, it's in the mini game itself. And I'm here. Alrighty. Well, seems to work. Let's just double check, do another run of it. What I was saying about the animation, as Steven Universe said, anytime I can. I really like the character design, but just to quickly address the animation portion, you can see here, that's why, one of the reasons why I wanted to pick up Sprite is, or just pixel art in general, because I could do something like this, right? We have first frame, second frame, and then the first frame, and if I want to do more frames, I can also do that. So then I have this guy transferred into, and using a plugin called Sprite Wizard, if I go back to this calibration guy here, you can see I have a, what is it called? An animation sprite. So it's, there's it's a little finicky. There's tutorials I had to watch and things of that nature, but the idea is that it will import the layers and everything, so you don't have to do it bit by bit. So I take those animations, I then line up that animation if I click this guy here, and the animation happens every, I believe, half second, half second. If I zoom in here, that's the reset thing animation. If I zoom out, there you are. So the sing animation plays, and my hope is that now that we have it working, well, hold on, let's make sure it's working before I say anything. Knock on wood. Let's make sure the calibration is calibrating again. Let me go ahead and mute the audio. Let's go back into this guy. Let me make sure that is working. If I click that, okay, good. Alrighty, let's give it a try. So after 10, the calibration should be complete. Let's see. Click, 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 click. Okay, good. And then if I go into the game, this guy here should print. It should be our calibration. If I go ahead and click our levels, I go back into our, well, this is a test level. It stays, it sticks. So that's good news. However, currently, the way it works, if I go here and I click on, let's see, just sweet and do cookie. Look how currently, because they don't wanna, and so rich singing gameplay, I eventually wanna have something like that pop up for, oh, you can't see it. I eventually want to have something like that. There we go. That way I can move it around so something else doesn't show up. But I want to have something like that here. So I'm hoping that that little excerpt will show you what I'm going for. Ads are about to come out, but I just want to see. And I'll click on generate, right? H-E space B-Y space T-H-E space P-U-M-T-U-M, comma. I'm not sure. This shouldn't be working with calibration. I'm very confused. I-N space T H-O-U-G H-T period. Again, I'm confused. Last time I checked, just doing the calibration didn't work. Okay, that's fine. That's what we're here to fix. Let me go ahead and have Twitch run its ads, do its thing. We'll go ahead and go and end this guy. You think it's a little bit off? Could be so, yeah. That's what I wanted to take a look at today. And I'll wait to explain what we're gonna do as we wait for the ads to do their thing. So in the meantime, how have all of your days been? Oh, you've been doing good, you've been great. Let me go back to make sure I didn't ruin my animation player. Make sure it's the reset guy. There we go. And did it work or not? It feels like it works. Nothing was terribly off. However, I do want to refine it a little bit, as the system that was explained to me in terms of having these guys slide on screen, I want to implement the sliding system into the actual minigame. So let's see, this guy here. I want the notes that slide to work the same way that these guys slide. And currently, they don't. They work on a different system. So we're transferring the systems. And I saw Sawwitch, and I meant Sadwitch. I assumed it was sad, and glad to be here, because it's always such a fun time. Dude, I'm glad I can give you a bit of relaxation, Lusk. That's always nice to hear. I know these programming streams especially can make the hedge hurt very much, very a lot. So I'm happy to hear that at the very least, it's not the case for you. I have heard that before, that these are relaxing. Don't ask me how, but I'm always happy to hear. I'm glad I can provide comfort. Let me go ahead and save this as working backup, B-A-C-K-U-B. UP, there we go, and commit. Lovely, sync changes. So what I want to do is first, let's see, how do I describe it? I want to make sure the song can be played, or that calibration song. That's a new one I made the other day. It was I just took from a classical chord. I believe it's called La Facier. I think I might have butchered that name, but it's a classical part of in a song. I took that, I added the flute. If any of you have heard of the game Don't Starve Together, I think that would be a fun thing to do for this game, where every voice the character has is a different instrument. Considering that the way spellcasting works through poetry, I thought having different instruments connect to different things. Like, for example, your voice is really deep and hardcore if you're doing like rock, so maybe when she does eloquent and high and fancy, it's a flute, but maybe when she does hardcore music, it's a different voice for that one. And your voice and cadence are very relaxing? Oh, I see. Oh, sweet, and thank you, and hi, Jack, welcome. If you don't pay attention, these are so chill. Interesting one to hear. And welcome to Date. We have about 25 seconds. You know what? Let me get some coffee. And do you use Sprite for your art? Yep. That's what I was showing off earlier. If I click back this guy while we have some time while we're waiting on the ads, I can show you. You can see here, Sprite's here. Sprite's what I use for pixel art, and it's handy in the sense that also Godot has a plugin that makes it easier to animate. It makes it nice and easy in terms of, if I want to edit this guy and re-import it, I can. If I want to give her a fancy mustache and re-import it into my game, I can. I am not held to any bounds of fancy mustache. I can do it all. Oh boy, and I could just save it, and it re-imports everything. I don't have to export things of that nature. However, I know some people can't afford Sprite, so I always try to have options for everyone else, and it's been nice. It has indeed. If that is what you want, if what you're looking for, in the description, especially on YouTube, I believe, and if I go ahead and do !PIXELART for that as well, I do go over different programs for pixel art if Sprite doesn't work for you. And I also go over how you can get Sprite for free. You do have to do a little bit of code and compiling the actual program, but maybe that can work for you as well. And ASMR when? I don't know if I could just spend a whole stream just talking low and actually thinking, you know what, let's do this. Let's just calm down and think in terms of happy little accents. It'd be a lot of trying to make sure I stayed serious enough. But can you do the mustache without the symmetry tool? No. Let's go back into programming. And instruments as voices are so cool. Parents from Charlie Brown are the best. Oh yeah! Womp 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 womp. Yep. You make a fair point. And top 5 games that has an effect on you. Well, silly. And thank you, YouTube people. And 6 hours of Iris' evil laugh. I don't have an evil laugh. I have no idea what we're talking about, but I want to get coffee, so let me get a sip of this, and then I'll explain how the system works. Nice and tasty. Lovely. Okay, so we go back into our calibration guy here. The idea is that we have these 3 little guys down here, these 3 little skulls, and the game itself calculates the distance it should go. So I don't have to put on a timer. This is what I did before, where I put a timer on, I run the timer, and whatever time, so if it takes 2 seconds to get from here to here, then I did the latency based off of that. But because if I ran the timer on my computer, when I clicked play, the timer would start, that's why it worked for different computers. Some people it was 60, some people it was 2 seconds, some people, which was my 2 seconds, or it was faster or slower. So the idea is that this guy here, well, oh, you can't see the circle, lovely. This guy here will no longer be tied to the time of the song appearance to get from position A to position B. We're simply going to tell the computer, this is the time you need to arrive at here. And that is where tweens come in. If I go and roll this up, you can see tweens. Tweens are animation. And I didn't know about this until I was informed by that lovely programmer, Khan, that these are a miracle, I'm telling ya. So the idea is that we have these guys, and in our song, since we know what time the note should be, or note should be at its point, we're just going to say at here. So it's going to probably be here. This is the time it takes to get to its position. This is the final position. This is the starting position, I believe, is how it, oh, no. This is the thing you want to change. This is the object. This is where its destination is, and this is how fast, so the time. And tweens mentioned, yeah, I just found out about this. Apparently tweens are really, really impressive, and smart tweens are a great tool. They are indeed. I learned about them, and now I think that is the solution that we can use. And I got an ad, did you read my message? About is there a channel in the Discord where I can share some cool screenshots from some of the floors? If you can add a moderator on the Discord in like the questions channel, Biniam, that'd be the best place to ask. I can't answer it right now just because I'm not on the, I can't map it out in my mind, but if you'll go over on there and ask, it'll be good. It'll be the easiest way to ask. So saying that, this is the code for the skulls. So what I want to do is take this code, and then in our spellcasting minigame, when we spawn the key, let's see, spawn key, this guy. This is how I'm currently spawning the key. You can see, right, we have a global position, and then we have it moving. The keys have a speed. If I go ahead and open this guy here, our keys have a speed, and the idea was that we would use the key speed, but do we need to use the speed of the key if we're using it to move somewhere else, right? That's what I'm thinking. That's the idea here. So if we go back to this guy, this is our current key. This is what I was talking about earlier with the figuring out the character. You can see that's the space. And then this guy here with just whatever label of the poem is what that guy is. If we go into key here, I don't think we'll need physics process. I don't think it'll need to move. And they nod, Jack, what did you just say? I don't even know what I'm looking at. What? I never seen anything like that before. And can you use the speed of the frames? I think that's what I was doing. That's why we have it in physics process. The speed of the frames, I believe, is delta. That's what I was doing, but I think it's too inconsistent for what I want. Hence why we're gonna do the tweens instead. So instead, we don't need it to move. These guys aren't gonna move anymore. We can go ahead and do that guy there. Now what we'll do is, if I go back into our calibration, these guys won't need to move. We have set icon, highlight, disable, that's all good to go. Visual offset ready, that's all good to go. Yeah, this is a-okay. Calibration screens. So we need to go back to our spellcasting. We can go ahead and close this main menu screen. Cafe can also get closed. So back in our mini game, and were they named? I'm still very confused, Jack. Very much. Let's see. If I go ahead and go into our spawn, we add a key, right? We create a key. That's what instantiate means. Then we add the key to the list of keys. And then we take the position that we want to do. So this is, let's see, starting key. We set the global position of the key. And then we set the icon, we append it, and we keep going since the key is already set to move. But now that we're going to move it ourselves with a tween, I'm thinking we just do something like this, right? Where it is a key tween. So key underscore tween. And then we can do, let's see, key tween. So what the set parallel means is just, can this run while other tweens are running? And tweens are named as such because they're in between actions, movements, etc. from start to end. I have heard that, yeah. And I've heard of easing at least because you're just trying to slowly go into it, slowly come out of it. That's an interesting one. Tween, between. That's a nice one. I like that a lot. We have key tween here. And then we have, let's see, current index, passing notes. Let's go ahead and subtract that guy there. We'll go ahead and move you here. That guy there. There we go. And move you that there. Okay. So the idea is that this tween property will be our key. So our new key, that is what we're changing. We're changing its global position. And where do we want to go? We want to go for the... That's so stupid but great at the same time. I always like learning the fun facts. So this middle position, this is where we want to go, the destination. In our case, we want to go to the key listener. And hi, Dope Stream. Hi, Paula. Welcome to stream. I am so glad to be back, Devin. We need to go to our listener. I believe that's in here. Key listener. Yep. Key listener. And then we go dot. And then we go global position. That's where we want to go. And then this is the speed at which we'll get there. Right now, this is moving every beat. Instead of every beat. And this is probably going to be the hardest part. And yeah, it's a weird name. When I came across, I was like, huh? But after reading on the naming, it made sense. Still weird though. The best names are the ones that are weird at first, but then you understand the meaning, and it's a thing of, huh. And can you use the speed of the frames? Oh, no, I did read that. Good. We're a-okay. So, this is the time we want it to get from position A to position B, and I think that's going to be the trickiest part to understand. If we go back into concepts, and I go ahead and click concepts, where are we at? Concepts. That is this button right here. I grab my pen. Here we go. Okay. So, this is version 2 of my mind map of my game. I've been trying to get more organized as we've been doing this. You can see there's previous versions of me trying to figure out ideas and things of that nature. So it's been a work in progress, as I said, about to be a year. This guy was corrupted, so this is version 2 of it. This isn't even the whole guy, which is a little of a shame, but you know what? It's working, and now I have a backup, so we're a-okay to go in that regard. But I'm gonna move to our rhythm calibration portion. Yep, calibration in big, bold letters. All right. So the idea is that we need a time. Times. T-I-M-E. A time. And that time will be to get from point A to point B. So A to B. A to B. How do we figure out this time is the next question I have to ask. And I still remember not paying attention and hearing, we're gonna delete this child or something out of concept and context. I remember there was a programming joke for that very reason. About children when it comes to the notes. It was very silly. I can't remember it exactly, but I get your sentiment check. 100%. Let me scroll in a little bit. And the idea is that, oh, actually, let me scroll in here. Let me grab our spellcasting minigame. So this is the guy that is getting our, there we are, new song position. Let's see, clip this guy here. You might need this guy, so update song position. So let me grab you. And then we're going to need the note song, the note number. So if I go ahead and go into see concepts, this guy will be important, I'm sure of it, as this is the position of the song. We'll also need the note number. And how do I kill a forked child and get... Yeah, it went something like that. Feed them to Bobby. Bobby does not take mortal sacrifices, all right? He has standards. Let's see. We go here. I need to know the note number. So if song position. There we go. Good. Okay, lovely. So the idea is that I have an array of times. So if I go ahead and go back into here, I'm saying so too many times. I thought I got out of the bad habit, but apparently I didn't. Here we go. Let's go ahead and grab here. And only immortal sacrifices? Lusk! Those, while they would be stronger, they, oh, and you know, even if I say not living sacrifices, then you'll say, oh, but then they're dead. I know this game. I know this game. I've played it before. Oh boy. Let's see. Okay. So, the idea is that the song might go on for like a minute or so. So we have it like this here. This is at 0, 0. Here, 0, 0, and then the time might be. And how would that work? Do they eternally suffer in the tummy? Like, it saps the resources, the living, the longevity. I can see it. And I posted a thing in quick shares? Sure. And like I said, I can't address it right now, Banan. So it's a little hard to think about those things, but can we address certainly after stream? Screenshot where the screenshots from, yeah, I don't think it would go in there, but again, I can't deal with that at the moment. So saying that, if we go here, let's say this song is about 1 minute long and 30 seconds. Go ahead and do this here. But Lusk, since you are here, would you mind? That doesn't sound like it goes in quick shares if I'm not mistaken. I think it would be like Miss Media. But can you check the Discord to make sure things are in order in that sense? As that doesn't sound right from just thinking about it. But like I said, thinking about Discord management and programming, 2 different things. Can't be in that mode. So let's see, 1:30. There we go. And the idea is that, thanks. If I go here, this note appears at the time. If I go ahead and click this guy here, this note appears at the time of let's say 0, 10, right? 0, 0, well, yeah, 0, 10. So it appears 10 seconds into the game. And yep. When people have a quick look, yeah. I'm reading too much of it. But again, Lusk is here, so we're all good in that sense. So 0, 10. Okay. So 0 and then 0, 10 and 1:30. The idea is that this guy here is our song position, our new song position. And our song position then equals the new song position. So what we're going to have to do is take the song position, and let me make this pink to make things a little bit easier. We take the song position, right? And I'm thinking we take the notes. As right now how it works, so this notes here, this array, is an array of times. So what we need to do in order for the key to spawn, that spawn key, that next note, so that current note, yeah, next note is a float. What we're going to need to do is take next note minus song position.
Goomba is now
something
following.
Like that, and welcome, Sar Goomba. What an interesting name. Welcome to stream. I'm thinking, because song position is going to be less, or is going to be greater than next note. One of the two. But again, thank you for the follow. Let's see. Song position is going to be a thing we have to look into. So song position, SONGPOSITION. And we also need the note time. So I'll just put this here. Note, N-O-T-E, note, M-A, T-I-M-E. These two are the things that factor in. And imagine your punishment is to forever burn stomach acids of an eldritch monster that doesn't even eat. Oh boy, that does sound very eldritchy. I can at least say that. That sounds about right. If the song position is... For example, the song position is at that 09 part, so it's just reached it. So that 009. The note time. I guess it would be whenever we want the note to appear. For example, depending on the note speed. Because the speed would be changed, I think. Or maybe it would depend on the BPM. But the issue with the BPM idea, this, where are we at? BPM. It should be here somewhere. I thought it was, but it's not. We have the music player, time since last mix, output latency, input offset. Those things make sense. And before I had a thing that divided it by the BPM, the 60. The idea with BPM was the beats per minute. What does BPM actually mean? I can bring you into the music program that I do use. It's called MuseScore. This is the song for calibration. The idea is that beats per minute would basically equal 1 beat, 1 beat, 1 beat, 1 beat. That is BPM. So this guy here. But if I want to make a really fast note or a really slow note, then we kind of run into a little bit of issues. What we have currently right now is something like this. So it's a setup in the sense of it's every other note for the singing. That's what that flute guy is there, you can see. So the idea is that I want to have it sometimes go here, goes for triple notes, or maybe I want to have multiple notes in one space. And I think I can if I click on this guy. I was messing around with it. I didn't get to it. That's why we're doing it today. But if I go ahead and click on this guy here, I should be able to open the prototype idea I was thinking of. So yeah, it was called piece of cake? Maybe. Possibly. And I'll bring you over into that guy there. So if we go into where are we at? That guy can get hidden and hi, Puff Manator. Welcome back to stream. Welcome, and howdy. howdy. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. I can go ahead and click, Nope. Is it this guy here? Huh. That's not labeled properly, but that's okay. If I go into here, if I have different notes doing different things, I still want it to be able to catch it. So a whole note is 1. Then you have some of these guys here, and it's not that fast, or it's very fast. So if I go ahead and click something like this, the note time, if you can... Very fast, right? Compared to something like... Right now, the system works for something like this. So I have to question, do I want to make my game have something like this where it goes really fast? And I'm not quite sure. Because when it comes to songs, at least, you can see up here that 120. If need be, I can change the speed of the song and how fast you're typing by just cranking this up. So that slow 2 note becomes... something like that. So maybe instead, for a simple and calibrating for calibration of a cooking game, we came up with on stream the I believe it's the cafe song or the cafe spook song. One of them is "Are You Ready?" So I went with the Cali again, yep. And then we have this one here, which is gonna be "Piece of Cake." And I can finally stop multitasking as heavily. You have most of my full attention, Eris. How sweet! I'm glad it didn't take too long, but I do appreciate you giving me the attention. I do. It's very sweet. So I'm thinking, in terms of that, I think this is going to be easier to code. BPM. Something like that. Instead of trying to code the BPM of half, quarter, eighths, as that's how it is in this division and math. So something like this. A little bit easier to do than you imagine. I'm just thinking, right? Because each note would be you typing it. And yeah, I remember, I felt like I recommended that. Maybe you did. We've been at this calibration game for quite some time. So if I want to have it 4, but I'd like to have you double tapping. So something like, it'd be like A, B, C, D. And instead I want it to sometimes be A, B, C, D, E, F, G8, something like that is what I'd like to happen. And then maybe have like a 4 sometimes. Let's see. So maybe it would be, I'm wondering. Definitely is playing around with a lot of different things today. Let me copy you. I think, yeah, we have this guy here. So maybe what we can do is get story thinks. So let's see, that guy there. Okay, yeah, let's add a little bit of these guys. That's what I'm wondering about. And as I said, I have learned you need a bit of music knowledge to make a rhythm game. That's why you can see where that's coming in a little bit handy at, as being able to translate the song and what you want in your music to the actual programming and have the game and the program itself translate makes it a lot easier when you understand what's going on. And if I may ask, what are you trying to code? Sorry, I couldn't follow. Well, you were multitasking. I don't blame you one bit. I'm right now trying to figure out what I want to pick up. The way the game works is I have an array of notes, and whenever an array of note times, that's a little bit better. So if I go ahead and I do this guy here, we'll do 6 to make this a little bit easier. The idea is that in my game, there's different songs, right? And the idea, because I use this program's called MuseScore. It's nice that it's free. I wanted to find a way to translate whenever I wanted the player to play. So I'm using a system called MIDI, which is just a way to translate song into code. And the idea is that these notes here, it says, hey, I'm about to play a note. I will play this note at this time here. So I have a whole array of when notes are played. Right now, these guys are whole notes, which just means they're a full number. But I'm thinking to myself, do I want to just keep the system of whole numbers, or do I want to go into fractions and figuring out if I can fraction off a beat? That would be something like this, where it's going faster, multiple beats in an area. And I'm thinking, not the best idea, because if I want the song to go faster, if I want you to type faster, maybe instead of making the notes faster, I make the song faster. That might be something to consider. That would be the BPM, so beats per minute. Instead of adding more notes and fractions, maybe we just increase the speed of the song. I think that would be simpler, but it's not as flexible. So it's kind of right now a debate on flexibility versus practicality, I guess is a better term. What I'd like to happen, and I can show you in the current version of the game, you can see, if I go into programming here, multitasking deluxe, I'm playing Sons of the Forest in your corner, and I'm with friends. Good luck, Banana. And is something burning? Oh no, my brain. I don't blame you. I have been working on this for the past few months, and my brain still gets a little but it's all that thing of, it's a process. You can take it as slowly as you want or as fast as you want. But if we go here, right, and I go to the kitchen, look at how the notes play out. So if I do sweet, sweet cookie, ignore that. Let's maybe the calibration is the, let's say the calibrating, I think that's how it was before. Does calibration really fix it? Hold on, I'm curious to see now. Okay, let's go back into the, did it fix it? Does! Kinda. Interesting. Oh yeah, speed isn't a thing now, right? You can see, right, that dun-dun. I want to be able to have it have patterns like that, where it goes from 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. I want that pattern, and that might not be possible in the 1, 1 setup. But it could be useful? Yep, it can. But the issue is that usefulness worth it? Is it worth it to try to figure out how to implement it into the game if it won't be, time, like a time sink? Is it a thing of, maybe I just have and is the sweet, sweet cookie thing supposed to be a randomizer for levels? Sweet, sweet cookie, like in that one.hack games? The sweet, sweet cookie is supposed to be a flavor. The idea is that as you go on in the game, you'll get more flavors and more food. So for example, necromancers, they want bitter things, but your pyromancers, so your fire wizards, will want something like spicy, and then your cryomancers, so your cold wizards, your ice wizards, will want something minty. That's the idea behind the flavors. And the hope is that, depending on the flavor mix-up, the songs will be different, is the feel. And I meant the difference between speed and tempo could be useful now. Oh, I see, yeah. And I think there's a difference between increasing speed and tempo, but I don't remember what it is. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for the clarification. And to get that 1-2, is it possible to do with the whole, guys? Or are we going to have to, maybe it would have to be 2, so we can divide it in half. Maybe not go for the whole 16. I think you can divide it up to 16 times. Well, there's more, but for all I know is 16. So if we go back into this music guy here, where are we at? You. Yeah, and then you. And then if we go back into where are we at? We need to go into music. There we are. Yep. So to get that 1-2, it wouldn't be like this. Or that's a 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 1-2, 1-2. And usually how you would get that 1-2 is you would have to divide it, like I said, in half. So that would be 50. So instead, it'd be something like this. So instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, this is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it wouldn't have a pause, but you can see, right? That's the feel I want to go, because I'm trying to keep in mind that this is going to be the notes you play, not the actual pitch, but just the pacing. The hope is that by mapping this on to something like this program, I'll be able to control the rhythm of the game. So I could have you type like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1, 2. That's the hope that's the hope I'm trying to go for. However, something like this, not quite too sure, but I think at least maybe. But then what if I want to have like a 1, 2, 3? That changes thing, like a 1, 2, 3 sort of waltz feel. Now it's a thing of and I think it comes into question then. Because a lot of games, a lot of the times, have limitations. You don't have to be able to do everything and have all these possibilities. It's okay to be inside the box, or what's the word I'm thinking of, or just the phrase I'm thinking of. The best type of creativity is when there are limitations, in the sense of when there are rules. So like, for example, game jams, when there's a theme set, so you can only use that theme, you can't go outside of the theme. It tends to lead more towards creativity. That's why I'm thinking, is this a thing of, do I want to have whole notes and try to be creative and use them in different ways? Or do I really want that feel of having the 1-2? And I think I want that 1-2 feel. But I don't know if I want the 1-2 or 1, 2, 3. I think 1-2 will be okay. I think we can stop there. Because if you start to go into the what ifs, or maybe this clause, I'll need to do it for this reason, or this type of thing, it turns into that thing of, now I've been working on this mechanic for a few months, and I have not really made any progress on my game. And then you finish the mechanic, and then you never really use it. You never really take advantage of it. So I think a nice medium is whole and half. I think that'll be good. Or in this case, it would be, I think 16. Hold on, or 8th? Yeah, they say 8th. But for our purposes, because we're working in beats per minute, this is 1 beat. This is half a beat. So we can work in whole beats, half beats. I think that works. And beats per minute. So yeah, 1 beat, so I guess it would be half a minute, so 30 seconds would be the feel. So we're just going to have to figure out how to translate half and whole. We don't have to go into the quarters or the thirds or the 16ths. We'll just do 50%, 100%. I think that's a little bit easier. And my buddy recently told me about tyromancy, which is, I joke you not, fortune telling based on the development of cheese. I know about fortune telling based on tea leaves. I've never done it before, but it sounds fun. And beware of the sunk cost fallacy, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking stopping it at whole and half, good enough. We don't need to do any more, because there's ways you can do it, at least in music, right? Where it can look like this. So I could do this in music. Hold on, let's see if I do that, and that guy gets deleted. I think you can put. Look how many notes I can put in. This guy would count for like one of these. Let's see if I do you. Oh, you. There we go. So I think it's you guys. Hold your horses. Yeah. Oh, this is where me trying to know music comes in handy. And I'm still learning. I've only been learning for about a few months, but I just want to drive that point home. If I go ahead and do, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. One of these guys would equal 8 of these guys. And do I want to do the programming math to figure out how to do, instead of that note versus, it doesn't even do it. It's too fast. I think a happy medium is half. So that's what we'll do. If I go back into and hello, Chaos Gremlin. Hi, Pneumatic. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. I hope your day has been well, but I tell ya, I am no Chaos Gremlin. I am as orderly as they come. Let's go back into concepts. And oh, I did read that. We're all good to go. Okay. So, saying all of that, we're back at the song position and note time. If a note needs to be at interesting. Okay, so if a note needs to be in at 10 seconds, so this guy here, the 10, then I guess we would just have to, depending on the note, have it be a half beat or whole beat. But if we look at my code, if we go back into Godot, so many programs. And if we go into, there should be a JSON about for our maps. If I do JSON, paste idea, yeah. If I click this guy, you can see we have, there's a lot of not notes, but what's the word I'm looking for? It's a lot of data. There we are. So I take this data and I parse it, and you can see, right, time of the note that happened, when it happens at, that's what we're looking at in order for our time to work in song position. When I'm looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, to get from position A to position B, we wouldn't want the notes to speed up and slow down, right? We would want it to take its time. So instead of our beats per minute time duration, right, that would be our if I go back into, where are we at? Hold your horses. If I go into, back into here, concepts. If our beats per minute, I think it's like, what's the thing? It would be 60 divided by the time. So I think, let's just take 120. 120 is usually the default. Like 60 divided by 120. Something doesn't sound right about this. Let me double check the thing. And hi, Jack. Welcome back to stream. I started learning Godot so that I can be like my favorite streamer, Ezra Miller. I feel like I've heard those names before. Possibly. You have me in the first half of that, Ezra Miller, yeah. Interesting. You learn new things every day. Welcome back to stream. I really feel like I've heard of the Godot before. Let me go into our spellcasting minigame. It should be something here, or BPM, notes per minute. I'm just looking for, next beat time. There we are. This guy here. Yeah, BPM, minute divided by BPM. So currently right now, we have 60 divided by 120, which I believe should equal 5.
Taneltm is now following.
And thank you, Tanel. Is that how you say it? Or maybe Tanel? You tell me which one, or maybe it's neither. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Welcome to math. Yeah, sometimes it's my favorite subject, sometimes not. Fractions? Nah, you can get rid of them. Let's see, calculator. I'm pretty sure there's a 5 in there. First guess was right. Panel. Okay, good. There's either the fancy one or the non-fancy one. Welcome. 60 divided by 120, I believe that's 0.5, if I'm not mistaken. 60 divided by 120. Yeah, 0.5. Okay, we're doing math. That's not what I said at all, Cynthia. My pronunciation is great. So the idea is, right, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman. Oh, I see. Got ya. I recognize the names, but I couldn't tell. That semi went over my head. They were, at least. I used to be more of a Marvel fan, but now I'm more of a DC fan, but not much Wonder Woman and Flash, more so Superman. He's really cool. It's gotta be my top favorite. So 60 divided by 120 equals 0.5. So a beat equals 0.5. That's the idea here. So instead, what we can do, and what I'm wondering is, let's see if I move this here, one beat, B-E-A-T. There we go. The program, so good they named a human after it. That is very silly indeed. Let's see. One beat and half beat. So H-A-L-F B-E-A-T. B-E-A-T. And that would be 0.25 because that's half of 0.5. 0.25. My only wonder And oh, 500 already.
Napa
Hold on.
9693 just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for the hydration redeem, Napa. Gotta make sure this throat stays nice and tender. Let's see.
Sire just redeemed Streech.
Thankfully, we will not have another back-to-back so much. Those are like 10 minutes apiece now. But I just started getting flashbacks from last week. So water, and now we'll stretch. We'll lean to the right, lean to the left, lean backwards. Make sure your back doesn't crack. Might have to see a doctor about that one. Lean forward. Make sure your hands are stretched backwards. You should hydrate and stretch together. I do make sure I stretch in the morning since I am a programmer and I am also learning piano. So stretching has been incorporated into my daily routine, and I at least have 1 bottle of water before stream starts. So I'm already hydrated. However, I always make sure to have 2 bottles of water and an extra drink on the table, be it a coffee, a tea, maybe a Gatorade every once in a while for those electrolytes, things of that nature. Yeah, hydrate before you dehydrate. Very important. But thank you to both of you for the redeems. Okay. Well, how can we... I'm wondering if there's a way to tell the note type? I don't know. And when you get a moment, I would like to know your favorite DC hero. Superman, I said to Jack. Superman, 100%. I like the comic version. I was never a DC fan as I'm looking through the, the note parsing while I'm looking at these guys. I was never a DC fan because it's really dark and gritty, and the way they portray the characters are really dark and serious, but if you look at the comic versions of the characters, they're more silly and lighthearted, like even Batman. There's a lot of good comics. And the note type would be the duration of the notes. I guess it's possible? Maybe? Possibly. Let's see. If I go into Godot, I just want to see, is our data, our JSON, is it picking up what type of note it is or just the duration of the note? So if we go back into our Pastradia map trees and we're looking for our JSON, let's see. And you should have a trigger warning for that sound now. My trigger PTSD was someone that watched last week. What about me? I feel like, I just get flashbacks every single time. I'm gonna need a new sound at this point. I mean, you can figure it out with math anyway. Yeah, you could. That's very true. You can see duration. Okay, maybe that's what we could do. Duration is 0.1. All of these are going to be the same exact duration. And then we have a different duration depending on the audio. So maybe like that. Possibly? But yeah, you could figure it out with math anyway. Yeah, I know there's a way to, but the question is, what type of math do we use? And that's where the problem solving and puzzle fixing comes into play. I know there's a tool for the job. I think I know the tool. And I mean, all the other sounds are from Deltarune, so. I gotta find some more sounds. Those are the ones I know. You have duration, so it's okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Duration might be, but is this even something we need to consider? Right now, if I go ahead and I'll go to my, map, our map parser. This is where I take all of that data and go through it for all of the things I need. If I go ahead and do after ready, or, for map, if map, then we can go ahead and let's see. Yeah, parse data, we add it to our, map list. So, for map in map lists, I just want to see the data we're looking at. So for map in map list, and then we'll go ahead and do print or map, and it should be map dot notes, and we need to print it. This should be an array of numbers. So print map dot notes, and then we'll also print the name. We'll go ahead and do print, and then we'll have it do the map name. So map dot name or map dot title. Did I call it title? Yeah, it's those type of small things where it's the thing of, do you want it to be title or name? It could be either or, but for right now, this is fine. And then we'll go ahead and do title or name. You know what? It's title. It shall be title for right now. Okay, let's see what it prints out after it gives us all our numbers. Excuse me. Give me 1 second. My nose. good to go. So if I take a look, no, just more. Oh, we're good. Yeah, we're all good. If I go ahead and click on this guy here, it should make our Godot bigger, but it did not. Hold your horses. If I click that guy, oh, there we go. Lovely. You can see it now. Thank you, Lusk. Well, it's not even spring anymore, is it? It's summer now, so hopefully my nose will understand the weather. If I make this a little bit bigger, you can kind of see we have, for our first game, the Pastradilla, the 4.7. I don't think it matters quite when the note appears. I don't think that's important. However, the time it takes to get from one position to the next position, that's the important part, and that's the part I'm trying to figure out. So, right now, the way it's working is if I go ahead and stop this guy here, play this guy here, and I go ahead and do this guy. In our code, at least when it comes to the calibration side of things, if we do our minigame, there should be, where are we at? The note spawning or not spawning even, this calibration string guy, this BPM right here. So, what I'm thinking is, if it is a whole note, we do this calculation. If it is a half note, we do a different calculation. That's what I'm thinking. So that number right there, if whole note, we do this number. If half note, divide this number by half again, right? That would be the guy, since it's the double the pace, is what I'm thinking would be the answer. And now that I'm understanding it, now that I'm talking about it, because this guy is going to equal 5, so we'll just have to divide it again, or 0.5. And so we take that 0.5 and it'll make it 0.25. So we're going to have to, okay. You're going to need the note duration. And is there as much pollen in summer? I don't know a thing about dying from sneezing when I'm in the woods. The issue is, I have pets and I happen to be highly allergic to pets. I have 2 shedding dogs, so every day of my existence is a fight against allergies, but the good news is the shedding usually is only springtime. So hopefully I'll see, I'm most fine in winter since it stops, but summer should be fine. Fall might pick up again, and then winter's usually good. So we're nearing the end of it. And I'm sorry I had to finish food stuff. Why are you attempting to get the type of note it is? This right here is because, this is the reason, because of the speed. If it is a whole note, then the number is 0.5, right? But if it is a half note, this is 0.25. So depending on the note type, I think that's where we plug in that number at, is what I'm thinking would be the case for the beat, because this represents one beat. One beat, because the number is 120 for the BPM, this guy equals 0.5, so that's one beat. If we want half a beat, we would need to half that number. So it goes from 0.5 to 0.25. So we would need to know what type of beat. That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. And now that I'm thinking that, and what's the best way to do it? I believe they're called structures in C++ programming, but it's like a really small, and I see, that's an interesting way to do it, and yeah, the duration is what you need, I say. Yeah, you would check the duration of the note, is what I'm thinking. And the hair isn't even the main source of the allergens, it's actually the saliva. Saliva does make it very worse, I can say that. Saliva is awful, oh man. But hair for me at least. I can sit down, have a whole face of fur, and then bam. I am out of commission for the rest of the day, but it's worth it. Completely worth it. So I'm thinking what we'll need is like a tester map that has a whole note and, because depending on the BPM, it's going to be a little bit different, right? Because in this guy, the BPM is this number here. So, okay. If we go back into our JSON, what I mean is, because the BPM is 120, we get this number, but the duration is going to be different for different BPMs. What we could do technically is have like a BPM map or something to say like, if the BPM is so and such, then the duration is going to be this. If it is this BPM, then the duration is going to be this. And anytime we want to add another BPM, that is a way to do it. That might be the best way to do it. And as far as the note is concerned, I'm thinking we make a small class structure for it because we're already making these guys, right? So instead of doing a dictionary, we just say it's an array of notes instead. Might be a little bit better. Let me go back into concepts and do this guy here. What I'm thinking is, we'll have I guess it could be a dictionary. Yeah, a BPM dictionary. BPM, or maybe not even a dictionary. We'll have to see about that one. But I'm thinking we're gonna need to know the BPM time, BPM time for our half notes and our whole notes. So the 1 beat and half beat. We'll go ahead and copy that guy there. As if it's 120, it's gonna be different. 120 gives us 0.5, but the other ones are going to be different, which is why I'm wondering about the case. So we're gonna need to have a different time depending on the BPM. And then we're also going to need to have, I think, a note class, a note structure. So something like NOTE, a note. And then in this note, we'll have the time and then the type. Like a time and then a type. TIME and then a type. TYPE. And the types are either half or whole. I think that's the way we can do it. I do know, from my experience, I do tend to overcomplicate things. So it's always the thing of, am I going too far in this? Or am I not going far enough? Usually it's the case of there's probably an easier way to do this. One thing, thankfully, is that because this is the prototype stage, it's okay to go a little complicated if it gets the job done. Once we're past the prototype, then we can kind of refine things and do a different method. And the type can't just be a number. And same, yeah. And let's see, I think the equivalent for structure in Godot would be a class or a dictionary. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be a class. And my eyes are always twitch when I hear somebody say, my dog won't trigger your allergies. He has hair and not fur. I can't say hyperallergenic dogs, not as bad because they don't shed as much. It's the shedding ones you have to be careful of. But you know what? They're fluffy, so it's gonna be what it's gonna be. If I have to suffer, it just is. I eventually want to get a cat too, and oh, I can already imagine. But if I have to pay, I'll have to pay. And the type can just be a number? Well, the reason why I'm thinking of the type is because instead of dividing it, or what we can say is, possibly, we'll see. I'm writing this out so I can get a better idea of what I want before we actually do the typing. But I'm thinking BPM time, and depending on what it is, we plug and play. But the note, yeah, so it's gonna need to be a class, I think, is the way we can go about this, at least to start, to get something down on paper. So let's go back into programming here. And we're gonna need a class. So I'm gonna put the class guy here in kitchen. And we'll go into scorekeeping, screens, rhythm manager. Yeah, it should probably be in rhythm manager. And we'll go ahead and create a new script. Yeah, create a new script. And this guy here is going to be called, what is it called? It's called a note. There we are, note class. And there we are. This note GD. It extends node 2D. I think that's fine. I don't think it needs to really be anything. So let's see, class underscore name, and it's going to be note, a note. And what does a note need to have in it? It needs to have a spawn time, or yeah, time. I think spawn time makes it a little bit easier. That's going to be a float. We can go ahead and have here a bar, and then we have spawn time. And then we'll go ahead and do float. And then for right now, it equals 0.0. And then from there, we need to know the type. So var, there you go. Oh, it is again! Hold on! Oh no! This is why I always keep a thing of a sanitizer on my desk for moments like these, but I'm all good to go now. And bless you, thank you, Lesk. Okay, so var and then type. And then we can have on here type, type. And this is, oh, I forget how to do these guys. This is enum. I believe it's like this, enum type. And then we have whole, would be whole, or it'd be half. And then we'll go ahead and do this. And my sentient pile of hair and fat hurts the allergies as much as the free big boys. Stupidity with his face. Yeah, and I'm telling y'all, big or small, doesn't matter. Cuteness. And how many was that? I don't know. At this point, I just know anytime I start, it won't stop until it's done. So type will be a type. So we'll go ahead and do type. we'll go ahead and set the default to equal type dot whole. I think that works best. And then from there, we're gonna need to know the BPM, things of that nature. And I think that's where our map parser will come into play, as that's where we do all of the BPM numbers and checking. We'll go ahead. I think that's all we need to know for our nodes. The type, is it whole, half, and what is the spawn time? I think that works out. And then as far as this is concerned, we need to have the map parser. And then in our map parser, we're going to have since this is a global, I believe. Yeah, I think this is a global, or the, what is it called? Let me see, because in Godot, it's not called global. It's called, or I guess it is called global. I thought it started with an S, that it was called something else when you could use it anywhere all at once. But we'll go ahead and have this say, have this be const, and then BPM, and then we'll go ahead and have it this. Right now, I believe everything's 120, but we'll see. I don't think it needs to be anything else, or 120, hold your horses. I've run into a problem. I forgot you can't make, these guys, your, numbers, enums can't be, yeah, enums can't be numbers. I forgot. That puts a little bit of a dent in the situation. So whole is 1 and half is, well, half of 1? Yep. Whole is 1, half is half of 1. So you could do 2 halves to equal a whole. Let's see. The reason I said the type can be a number is because you're essentially using it as a ratio to get the BPM. Hold on. The reason I said the type can be a number is because you're essentially using it as a ratio to get the BPM. BPM, if I understood it correctly. Oh, let me read that again. It's not processing. The reason I said the type is because in a number, it can be essentially using it as a ratio to get the BPM. The thing is, you don't know what type of BPM it is. We'll be able to take the song BPM of whatever it is. We just need to know the type of note. So because we have it like here, right, where it is currently, the recipe is minute divided by BPM, what we'll do is say, if it is whole note, this is the one you use. If it is not whole note, then you just do this. So it doesn't matter. It'll be divided by 2 if it's half. That's why I'm thinking whole and half instead of numbers. And let's see. And nope, that's the point. You can multiply the BPM by the type of note. Lost. I don't think you can use fractions in BPM, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think you can use, not fractions, floats. Let me scroll up a little bit. Perhaps use constants for the numbers, like B120. That makes more sense, yeah. I think that works a little bit better. But the issue is, well, no, like this. B120. B120. Maybe something like that. Again, I could be overcomplicating this. That is certainly a possibility. I have done it before. So we'll see how well this goes. And hi, Tolak. Welcome back to stream. Wait, the stream is about coding games? I was there 3,000 years before. 3,000. It's been 84 years. Is that the number? It's been a second since I've seen that movie. It was always very scary. I can never stand the last part. And they took down the fully illegal uploads of New Dilter Encounter soundtracks from YouTube. How could they? I mean, at least I'm not getting recommended them. I can at least say that. But the idea I'm thinking of is that we have whole and half for our... Yeah, I think I'm completely overcomplicating this. 100%. I'm also wondering, is a half note the same? Half note, is that duration half of the whole? Let's do a check. I think that'll help give us a little bit of clarification. And if the BPM is 120 and you multiply it by 0.5 for a half note, you get 60, which is a whole number. We have ventured into a realm of math and decimals. Okay, if the BPM is 120, you multiply it by half, you get 30. No, you get 60 because it's 120. Yes, which is a whole number. That makes sense. That's the whole... You're terrible for that one, Toak. I see what you're saying, though. I can see it, yeah. BPM is 120, and you multiply it by half for a half note. You get 60. Okay, hold on. You know what? I'm going to need to process this. I will save this. Thank you for that one. Let me move it to here. This is certainly something I will have to think about. I get what you're saying the first time around, but I'm gonna need to read it a few more times. Let's be rational here. Terrible. 0 out of 10. Oh boy, awful, no good, very bad. I'm going to make a new file. Oh, hold on, undo. Save this guy here. Make a new file, new, and it's going to be our test guy here, loading new scores. It's getting the guys together. We just need a piano, P-I-A-N-O. Yep, that guy there, so we can get some actual data up in here. Let's go back into music, and then let's go into Is this the guy? Nope, that's not the guy. We need to get this guy on board, this guy here. And all I'm going to do is, where we at? Format, nope. All we need to do is grab this guy here. Okay. What I want to check is for, you know, I like an E. So let's see, do I remember my C? And that's my C, D, E. Yeah, I did it. So we have that guy there, and then we have the half guy. So that's going to be this guy. There we go. And then I'm going to export it. So we really don't need anything else from here. We'll go ahead and do Control Delete, I believe. Yep. File, export. I want to export this as a MIDI file, and that's all there is to it. At least that's how I wanted my game to be. Whereas the thing of, I can just make the music and it'll translate it, and I don't have to worry about anything. That's the hope, at least. And only too complex for you to understand. Not sure your power may be imaginary. Oh, Cillian. Hi, Tim. Welcome back to stream. And is this one of those programming things where you start counting by 0 until the date by counting seconds, since the date is 25 years ago? Huh? We're dealing with numbers. I like math, but I like simple math. Oh no. It doesn't help that I'm not that good at math compared to the necessary level needed. I need to have full attention for my math. I need to sit down and actually write everything down for my math, but I do enjoy it. The ad's about to start, so I'll have the ad run while I'm exporting this MIDI file and converting it to JSON. So let's see here. Test, and this is 120. Test 120. Let's see, new score, go ahead and have this as songs. Go ahead and export that guy, and then I have to go into a different browser and use a MIDI to JSON file. That'll give us the numbers that we can use. We'll go ahead and have this guy, this guy here is fine. I should be able to click this guy here, and then if I go ahead to our MIDI to JSON, yep, MIDI to JSON. I drag that MIDI to the JSON file, so let me go ahead and grab it from my documents, new score, and then songs. We take that test 120, we drop it into there, download it as a JSON, and then I can go ahead and rename it to test 120, and then from there, I drag it into Godot. That is the process that I have to go through to incorporate a song. But once I have that song in there, it's all nice and good to go. And I lost, where do you go, chat? I didn't see the chat anymore. It was hidden. We're all good to go. I can see everyone now. Okay, let's see. A programmer counting to 3 goes 0, 1, 2. Ah, yeah. I have heard that joke before. It's like, get me a dozen eggs, or there was a list of something of like, what was the joke? A wife tells her programmer husband to go to the store to get her a dozen eggs, or it was something along the lines of that, and they come back with something, and you're thinking to yourself, how could you get that thing? But it was the programming joke. I'll have to think about that one for a second. And I think the thing is, music is essentially math. Yep, music is math. Programming is too, so you can avoid unnecessary conversions. Yep, that's where MIDIs come into play. Yes, groceries, get milk. If they have bread, get butter. Yeah, that's the one. Something along like that. Yes, go to the grocery and get milk. If they have bread, get butter. It was the if. Yep, you hit it on the head, Tim. Alrighty, let me go ahead and move this guy into our kitchen manager, our rhythm manager, and I'll just go ahead and import it. We should be able to go into where we have programming. Yep, that's the one I want to go to. And zero-based indexing. I do like the method. There we are. Words. Your statement may not be real. The if statement, then statement, true statement, false statement. Let me go ahead and move that test 120 into here, and it should import it. There we are. That JSON right there is the guy we're using. As if I double click it, you can see very little information, but we'll go over this once the ads are done. That gives me time to drink my coffee in the meantime. And everything is math. What is your point? I do like math. It's just the fractions and the decimals and the percentages that I don't like. I like, can you solve for X? I like that type of math where you have one side and the other side and your goal is to get to 0 or something like that. That's my favorite type of math. Not the 0.817, turn this into a fraction. No. You can stay out of here with that. Alrighty, let me get some coffee. Oh, tasty. Lovely. I do enjoy it. And that's not math, that's alchemy. Exactly, Sencha. Alchemy, sorcery, magic. I agree. And I like linear algebra so that I can learn how to escape the matrix. Is linear algebra the one where you need a graph, I think? The graph calculators? If so, stay back. I don't like those either. And I still struggle to incorporate math into my writing. Yeah, I probably need to freshen up on my math skills. Most likely need to, 100%. And I like the concept of math, fun little puzzles that help you solve problems. Yeah, that's why I like it. But actual big number math, Gary, stay away. This is the imported file, though, that we just went through. If we go back to here, music very quickly, you can see those two notes, when I translate it into programming numbers into actual math, into code that we can use, it turns into this. Follow this guy here. You can see it says BPM, the name, the tempo, all these guys for only 2 notes. It takes all this code to figure out what is what. And I recently found out about geometric algebra. I love it. I know there's some math about finding the areas of objects. I do like that math too. I can say that. What we're looking for is the duration. Let's see. Oh, right. Control F. There we go. duration. There should be about 2 durations. 2 duration numbers. So we have 49 and we have 24. Interesting, interesting. I'm just wondering about the hard coding of this. If we look here, we have duration. Yeah, we have the 2 number. Hold or horses. We have start time, notes, click. Yeah, this is where it gets a little tricky. Time signature is 4/4. Yep, time signature. Start time, tracks. Anything else here? Nope, we're all good to go, I think. Down here, number, value, time. Okay, yeah. It's just these guys. We have a 2 and a 0. But there's also this 2.2. I'm guessing that's the duration of the song itself. And record something and share it with her. Do your thing. Hi, Petey. It's nice to see your name again. Welcome back. I hope you feel well doing whatever you do. You get up to, you do your thing. How you doing? Let's see. Thomas was 26 kilometers old. You've lost me. I don't know measurements. Jake ate negative. Calculate the mass of the sun. No. Yeah, get out of here with that. Oh boy. And linear algebra is a method of torture commonly used in math and programming classes. I probably didn't like it then. I probably didn't. And you can divide one duration by another to get the ratio. That's what I'm wondering. The thing is, right, we don't know which is which. For example, if we have a song that's in 120 BPM and then we have another song that's in 140 BPM, the idea is that we have to tell the code what is what. Initially, we can't have it figure it out since we change up the numbers. That's why I'm thinking we have to do something like this, where we tell it the BPM and the time number itself. But I'm not sure if this guy here, the is that half of this? I just want to double check. I'm gonna put it in the good old calculator and see if that is divided by 2. Invalid input. Huh? When has that ever happened before? Duration, yeah, I just want to divide this by 2. Am I going to have to bring out the Google calculator? I am. Alrighty, Google, tell me what that number is divided by 2. Let's see, I'm gonna view here and do that number divided by 2. 0.249, is that right? That's not right. It's not 0.249. Yeah, this is 0.248. So that's a little bit off. And, alright, I'm done with the game. I see. And now I've got bored. No worries. Gotta go now. Good luck, Sam. Good luck, Banan. Good luck. I hope you have fun or can find fun. Never again. What is that word? For me coding it. Oh, well, I don't even know what that word is. And I meant the note duration. That's what we're looking at, right? The note duration? And was one of the most unintuitive classes. I see. I did read that. Okay, I did. Good. Yeah. And so good math is so good at math. The calculator's scared, yeah. Invalid input. Haven't seen that one before. And the question now is it close enough? Yeah. That's what I'm wondering. Because rhythm games are all about accuracy. That's what I really want to make sure we pay attention to. However, I don't know if the accuracy is to the point where the human ear can't comprehend it. So I think for our case, it's okay. We can use the note duration of the whole note. I think that'll be fine. What I also wanted to check was if this whole note duration worked for our other song note duration. I believe, let's see, Pastry-Dia. I think Pastry-Dia is 120 BPM. Let's see. Pastry-Dia, are you 120 BPM? Where's your BPM at? Control F. BPM, you're 140. Okay, we need a 120 BPM. How about Spooky Brew? Spooky Brew, what's your BPM at? 220. Okay, calibration test, what's your BPM looking like? 120. Okay, good. Now, is your duration notes the same? Duration 0.4? I think that's what we had, right? 0.4, and then we have where are we at? Our Pastry-Dia? I don't think that was it. It was test 120. 0.489. Yeah, okay. So it's always the same duration. Good. That's what we needed to know. And I'm so great at math. I'm like a math magician. That was a terrible one. 0 out of 10, I tell ya. And hola, Airy. Hi, Senor Frankie. Welcome back to stream. Welcome to me struggling at math. And wait, that was a fraction in the BPM? Hold on. BPM, it's a thing, you know? Sometimes I just decide not to question what goes on in the minds of the code. Sometimes it's not to be questioned. Oh boy, but I believe it's just 220, and I hate math and I'm horrible at it. I love math and I'm horrible at it. It's a very big love-hate relationship going up in here. It's just a thing of, it's neat. And no, but that means you can just do math of the BPM with no conversion? Does it? Do math of the BPM? MIDI conversion? Yeah, that's the MIDI conversion talking. Can you elaborate a little bit, Anicia? What do you mean? Do math with BPM without the conversion? And the code is a mine now? It always has. Always has been. I was thinking we do this number and then we do that number equal to the duration. And this duration, this float here, will be the BPM total for, or the whole note number. So if I go back into where are we at? Hey, listener, and yes, if we don't apologize, it screams red squiggly lines. It does. And hi, Cat Sonic Keyboard. Welcome back. Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, please reconsider. Your previous messages have been very nice and sweet. This one sounds a little bit threatening. If you're having a bad day, don't. Not now, not ever. Welcome, and I hope you're having a great day. My day, it started off, okay, but it's getting better. We're working on the game, and that's all I can ask for. And when I get enough for a poll, I'm gonna suggest you adding stream avatars. Are those the little guys at the bottom? I've thought about them. I don't know how to do them, but I would love to add it. Or I'd love to have like a text-to-speech thing so that Bobby can verbalize any common sense, something like that.
Bye E is now following.
Bye. Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Bye. Welcome. And even if a half note is not exactly half to a whole number, you can divide the duration of a whole note by ones, the half notes, then multiply 120 BPM by that. And it gives you perfect accuracy. I'll try to simplify that, but that's the idea. I think I understand what you're saying. The thing is, we only need to know the whole note duration. We only need to know what the BPM is. We take that, we divide it by half, or we multiply it by 0.5, depending on the note type, right? So we only need to know one guy. That's where I'm at so far. And that has the same energy as I hope this email finds you before I do. Yeah, it's lovely. It's a simple program that runs in the background. Yeah, I've seen it. I just don't understand it. Eventually, I've been at the streaming game for almost 1 year, but there's still a lot I don't understand. Okay, so back in our map parser, this bead 120, the idea is that, and actually I'm not too sure, maybe instead we just have a dictionary called BPM. So a var, and we'll call it BPM. BPM. Yeah. Var BPM. It's been a second since I've made variables. It's gonna take a second. A dictionary. And the dictionary is going to have a int, and it's going to have a float. Something like this. Instead, and I think I do equal, and then I do this, I think. And then I just remove you. Like that. And then I can go ahead, I can also make, well, does this guy have to be, yeah, this guy can be a const, right? And then now instead we can do 120 and then have this as a float. And then anytime we want to add another BPM, we can just do it like this, right? And type dictionaries. Oh, I'm so glad they added that. It's gonna be the best of the updates. And yes, but you were worrying about the accuracy because that's not exactly 0.5. So you can just divide it by the exact ratio. That's a good point, yeah. If it doesn't work out, we just figure out the ratio field. Thank you for that suggestion. That makes a lot of sense. Now that you've said it, yeah, 100%. Let's see. And I did read that good. 10 people blabbing noises and 2 folks helping. And this is chaos. I mean, I feel like the blabbing is helpful too. And coding, I can barely do a scratch. Eventually, it works out. And yeah, I've successfully conveyed my idea. Yeah, thank you. Eventually, I understand it. Eventually. What I want to do as well is, since it seems to be the case that, let's see, we have Spooky Brew, which is 220. We also have Pastrydia, which is 140. So, I am going to go ahead and figure out the BPMs for this 220 and 140 since we already have it in here, just to be on the safe side. And although, why do you need a dictionary if the BPM is a variable? Can you elaborate a little bit? The idea is that we take... What is the idea? Hold on. I feel like it's needed. I think. Because, right, if we go to something like the, and we could have just gone on the wild goose chase, but the idea is that we do have the BPM, right? But depending on what the BPM is, we'll need the different number type, right? So this current BPM, for example, if it's 120, then we look at the dictionary and we'll get the note duration. That's why I'm thinking we need that, right? Oh no. Okay. Okay, you know what? Let me have a sip of coffee. Think about the idea. Register it. Rethink my decisions in life, and I'll get back to you on that one. I'm just here nodding along, pretending I understand everything. I have heard at some point it slowly starts to make sense. What I really like about game dev for programming in general is that even if you don't understand everything, if you know the problem, you can start to suggest solutions. So I don't even have to talk about the customer code or the ghost code or any of the code. Right now, we're just trying to figure out timing. And by boiling it down, it makes it a little bit easier instead of a big, huge scope. But let me have some coffee. Let me think about this. I'm thinking. Coffee's so tasty. And it's so warm too. Alright, I believe you can make the division, but having the dick is more performant? I think so. I'm just not too sure. And dictionaries usually as well. Performance isn't... I'm not too worried about performance. It's small enough. But I think this is going to be important. If we don't end up needing it, we can always get rid of it. But for right now, just in the case we need it, I'm going to keep it. So we have 120. I believe there is one that is 220. And then we need one that is 140. 220 and 140. 220, so let's see, 220. And we also need one that's 140. 140. Here we go. And yeah, that's true. I don't think it's enough to matter in this context. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. It can always be changed. So from there, I'll go ahead and just quickly change the BPM. So it goes from 120, and now I need the BPM for, let's see, what was it again? 220. So I'll just go ahead and up this until I get 220, 220, so 220, let's see, that's 210, 220, let's see, 180, maybe 182, 182, 218, 220. All right, I'll go ahead and export this guy, file, export as MIDI, convert it again, and then we also need, let's see, this is 220 test, and then we need the last one. You don't do the map for performance, you do it for convenience. We'll see. I'm definitely not doing it for performance. I'm doing it so I can understand, but I might not be understanding it correctly. So we'll see. So we have 220, and I believe 140 was the other number. So 140, let's see, 120, about 115, try that, 15, 16, 17, 140, yep. And yeah, I thought we'd need to calculate every note, but it'd probably only be at the start of the song. Well, the thing is, no, the half notes and the whole notes would be able to appear in the middle. So it's not like we can take the beginning if every note is, maybe the start of the song is double. So maybe it's the half notes at the start of the song. So we can't get that, we can't rely on that information depending on it. So I think this is a little bit better. And I just think hard coding everything is not that good of an idea. I agree 100%. I am wondering, or at least, let me, is it the case we can get the whole note number from math? Or is there a way we get this guy here with a 0.4? Is it something like you take the BPM, right? So for example, the 120 BPM, is this 0.49? I feel like that 49 is 5, right? 0.5, right? Right? Because that's what we have initially. That's the 0.5 number. It looks a little silly, but it's 0.5. Is this what you were talking about, Ansia? I'll get around to it eventually, slowly. But I don't really think we need this guy there, if that's the case then, right? Yes, okay. I'm starting to get it. Okay, yeah, okay. So, then, now then, I guess the question would be, we need to figure out the duration. You don't even need to round it? How do you get that number then? And 0.5 not equal to. It's close enough. That's all we need it to be. So how is this number gotten then? Where are they getting this silly funny haha number at? If the 105, that's gotten from 60 divided by 120, and that equals the 0.5. But that 0.49859, that guy there, how is that gotten? And you can use the big number directly, it'd be more accurate. Yeah, I'm gonna use this guy here for the number, but in terms of when we're adding the numbers, so when we're adding the notes and trying to figure out the time, that's what I'm wondering about. And the silly number, it's very silly. And your BPM won't be exactly 60 or 120, but more precise. Well, the number will be, at least when it comes to the map. So for example, the calibration, it has 120 as the BPM. This Pasterdia, oh, it doesn't set it. Interesting. Okay, interesting. I could have sworn these guys had the BPM set, but they don't. Okay, so in that case, what we would need to do is first get the BPM. And I think we do get the BPM. We do not get the BPM. So we're gonna move this guy here. For track and track. If track, all of these guys here, we have to know the BPM, right? And no, wait, the other one was the one with a fraction, so never mind. Or I got lost. Oh no, your BPM won't be exactly 60 or 120, but more precise. Or I got lost. Or wait, the other one was the one with the fraction, so never mind. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm wondering, right, this is the guy. However, depending on the BPM, and what I'm wondering is, right, because this is the 0.5, so I'm thinking, if we take that 0.5, divide it in half again, and if it is greater than, as our half number is 0.25, right? If we go back into our test 120, so the 0.25, if it's less than the half number, it's the half number.
8 Metal
Yes?
Kitty is now following.
Thank you for the follow. 8 Metal Kitty. welcome to stream. Welcome. Welcome to math. You know, they say you always need to know math for programming, but I'm slowly starting to understand. And the one with 20.1 or something fraction is the one that isn't registering the BPM on the side. yeah, I think one of these guys, or some of these guys, like the BPM's 120 here, then the BPM changes here. Yeah, well, it's 120 here. So some of these guys, maybe I have to re-import it, or maybe I have to change the BPM here to like the 200 number. I think it's something to do with importing, as this really should just be 220. I don't think this will mess it up, but you know what? Let's see. BPM. You don't need that. Let me get rid of that for you. Oh, hold on. Did I miss a comma? No, we're good. 220 and 220. Anyone else wanna partake in the BPM? Okay, how about you? I just, and I just, There we go! No more BPMs, no more messy numbers. We're all good. And I don't know if it's problematic though. We'll see. We can see. We'll find out very soon. Saying that though, I think that works out to be the case. So if we go back into our map parser, this is good. This is great. And there's a chance you just messed up everything by changing that for reasons none of us understand. Maybe. Try to remember you did it. I can always go back to the stream to see the numbers exactly. There's probably a reason why those fractions exist. We'll see. Beforehand, the BPM of the song didn't matter. When I started out figuring out this rhythm calibration system, or not rhythm calibration, but how the rhythm game worked in general, the BPM did matter. That BPM is actually old code, so I don't think it will matter too much since this is new code that we're adding, but we'll see. We shall. 10 years? Oh, hold on. What, did I miss something? It subtracted. I added 3 hours to the airstream. Hold on. Your explanation is sublime. It added 3 hours. What time is it already? 3:30. Wow. Time has already flown by. I can see that for sure. And the one with 220 or 1, I did see that. Yep. It subtracted 10 years of my lifetime. It's made it very explanatory. I really do appreciate it. 10 years, all right. There's a chance you just messed up everything. Possibly. We'll see. You're confident, at least? I am not. What you're witnessing right now is not confidence. Don't be fooled. What you're witnessing is what we like to call rose-tinted glasses, wishful thinking, what's the optimism, a fool. We'll say it. And didn't send me back, but I'm gonna life 10 less. You probably won't notice he went back 10 years. He's in the past. The future is now, old man. I'm thinking this will work though. And then we just take the duration, and if it's less than half of the duration, we know it's a half note. If it's more, then we know. An error. Glasses are not rose-tinted. Can't compute. Well, they're red, right? They're kind of rosy. They're purplish reddish, so we can count it. We can completely count it. So, in our note guy here, what we'll do is we have the type, right? The type, the whole, the half, all of these guys here. And,
Meme whoop is now
meme
following.
whoop? It sounds like meme soup. Would you like some soup? Welcome, and thank you for the follow, meme whoop. That's such a fun thing to say. Whoop, whoop. Oh boy, let's see. Let's go back into map parser and parse the data. Okay. So, this is where we figure out our notes, and we need a rose-tinted glasses toggle for Iris when she thinks she doesn't understand. Truthfully, I don't think it would be hard to add a tinted glasses look to my glasses. Not one bit. I just have to figure out the other parts of it. I'm making fun of new viewers. I'm not. I just, some like Senor Frankie. That's a fun name to say. And you're growing so fast, Eerie. Thank you. And these streams are always fun to do, and I'm glad people enjoy them. That's what really matters at the end of the day. Are you not entertained? I'm not. I'm suffering, but apparently my suffering is entertaining, so I'll take it. And let's see, my style of programming and learning is trial and error. Yep, I learn best from failure. And there's no harm in something not working. It is just an opportunity to learn. Either that or I'm just coping. And I love to bully others. Yep. I know it's entertaining, trust me. See? So saying that, our new map BPM, bar BPM equals, so this 4 guy here. Okay. So I believe I can just move this guy up here. right? New map dot BPM equals. And then our ID, and then in our notes, and then the note time. If we go back to like our test 120, right? And we have our time, we should also have in here somewhere along the lines, yeah, time and duration. We'll need to grab this duration guy. And then depending on the duration, we just need to do some math. We've talked over this math, so it shouldn't be as painful as it looks. It is still very painful though, even if I'm starting to understand it. So, for example, instead of this new map.notes.append, what we're going to do now is we're going to use that class of note. So, we're going to need the BPM. So this would be our var, and it's going to be our half note duration. And then we're going to do, what are we going to do? Yeah, float, and then it equals, and then we do the BPM. So, yep, BPM, so 60 divided by BPM. Now, was it times 2? Because this equals, yeah, divided by 2. There we go. That's our half note duration. And then in here, what we're going to do is make a note. So this duration guy here. So var equals new note. And then it's going to be a note. And then it's going to be new note. New note dot. And then we're going to go spawn time equals. And then we're going to go this note time guy right there. And then from there, if, and then we're going to go note, not time, but note duration. So if note duration, so D-U-R-A-T-I-O-N, if note duration is less than half note duration, then the note dot type, so new note dot type dot type equals, and then we have note dot type. Is that not a thing? Or are we angry? Who's angry? Oh, hold on. Note. There we go. And let's see. It's just multiplication. I don't like division, but multiplication would be like times 0.5, right? Right? But it is already a float. I feel like the divided by 2 feels a little bit easier to read. However, the 0.52, yeah. Oh, it hurts. The math. My brain is getting worked out today. And let's see, did I miss anything? That'll be sad when she gets so big she starts ignoring chat. Well, hold on now. I try my best. There definitely has been a lot of chatters recently, and I am very appreciative of the fact. The hope is that the amount of people who chat will slowly grow over time, and that way my skills of reading chat get easier or better. That way I can read faster, so that even if I do get bigger, then the quality of reading will stay the same, or grow with it, is the hope at least. And oh no, what happened? And can you walk me through why half duration is not 60 divided by BPM divided by 2? Is that not it, right? 60 divided by BPM divided by 2, right? Can you walk me through why half note duration is 60 y? So the idea is that, if we go to our test 120, right? This guy here is less than 0.25. Or is, oh, okay. That makes more sense. And water, I suppose. Thank you for the redeem, Lusk. I guess I'll have some water, if I must. Oh, this takes the smoke out of your brain. It yesn't. Yes, in a way it does, but we're on to water bottle 2 now. Let's see. It's our chance. Drown her. Lucky for you, I now have it so you can only redeem it every 10 minutes. I will not be drowned. Oh boy. So let's go back into our, where are we at? Our map parser. So the idea is that this 120 guy, because the half duration is 0.25, and this is less than 25, that would be considered the half note. If it's greater than 0.25, that means it's a whole note. That's the idea. In 10 minutes, it could probably be 5 minutes and we can get away with it, but I just put the number there for now. It's a temporary placeholder. We'll see how that goes. And she hates us. She doesn't want to see us laugh. Now, while I do enjoy making people laugh, I don't like to see people enjoying my pain. You know, a little suffering is okay now and again, but we're not looking for you all to get in the habit of enjoying others' pain and suffering here. We're looking for you to enjoy growth and development and change, and you get out of this one, miss. I try. And wait, does 60 divided by, what does 60? This is beats per minute. That guy there. 60 divided by a BPM. So for example, the 120, that becomes 0.5. And then from the 0.5, that gets divided by 2, which gives us a 0.25. And if it's less than 0.25, like this number is, less than 0.25, that means it's a half note. That's where the numbers come in. Is it a little bit easier? Yeah. That's the idea. I'm hoping that math adds up, but I'm not sure how finicky it's going to be. So it's going to be less than or equal to, I think would be the best. And I forgot 0.5 was a whole. Yep. That's why we're saying whole instead of half, because that half of a half, let's just say whole. Especially since that 0.5 is only for 120. If it's a different number, it'll be a different thing. So if it's less than or equal to the half note duration, then the note dot type is half. Let's half. Else. So let's go and do else. The note dot type will equal whole. Like that guy there. And that half will be a whole. There we go. Okay. And then from there, new map dot notes append, and it is going to append our new note. Like that instead. However, our new map dot notes. So we need to go into our map, our map guy here. Right now it is an array of floats. Now it's going to be an array of notes, like that. And it seems note the seam to be good. I see, the puns, they're terrible. 0 out of 5. You're not punny. Not one bit. So let's see, array note. Now, let's see. Note export is only supposed to be node derived classes, but the current class inherits resource. What do you mean? Export note. This is a class. Why can I not do an array of notes? I'm confused. Do you have a job? Does this not count? I can't say. And I've said this before, so yeah, it's said this before, so I don't mind saying it again, but I am a very sickly person, so it's very hard for me to hold a 9-to-5 day-to-day job, since some days I can be sick, other days I can be fine, but I am so inconsistent with feeling well that if I were to hold a regular, typical quote-unquote job, I can't really. So that's why I do the streaming, I do the YouTube, since I get to be my own boss, and if I need to stream a little less, if I need to stream a little more, if I need to not do that day because I woke up having a headache, then it's just a thing it makes it flexible. So I try as much as I can to make this a whole job where I'm feeling up to it as... Yeah, I feel very unwell a lot of the times, but right now, I'm also feeling not well, but I'm too excited. So we're here. It's a little pushing and a lot of fun, and I remember there's this one video I watched recently, this one short, that censored that word. And have you ever streamed a little more? I have gone over 4 hours a few times. I sometimes stream for 5 hours. That's what I mean by a little more, is the fact that if I don't finish something, I can go a little. And so now we have a J word. We're running out of letters, people. How silly. And yeah, the overtime. Yep, the overtime numbers. Eventually, I'd like to do 4 days of streaming instead of 3 days. However, that might be pushing it. We'll see. I want to get consistently 3 days a week. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it's canceling back to back, but we'll see. It's a lot of like since the sun, trial and error. Saying that though, why is this angry? It's supposed to be an array of notes, right? That doesn't make sense and happy. I didn't know until recently, not only is it Pride Month, it's also Men's Mental Health Awareness. That is an interesting one, but I've never really paid attention to the whole month, guys, since it's like the whole day thing, because it's like, what is it? Like, oh, I don't even remember. But I'm like, oh, this month is ice cream month. And I think to myself, oh, I'm not very good at dates and time, so it doesn't help. And let's see, over stream, never too much. Some people have wanted 24 hours, and I question their decision. Saying that, though, node export is only supported in node-derived classes, but the current class inherits resource. What does that mean exactly? And is it an array? Yeah, it's an array. It says it's because it's an export. It's not happy. I guess it makes sense, these words that are coming out of this mouth, yeah. Yeah, it's nice to have celebration for everything, I think. It's sweet, really. And how hard are 3 words to read? They're hard, alright? I struggle. Node export. So I'm guessing because this is a resource, we can't export nodes. I think that's what I'm understanding, is what it's saying, perhaps. I'm all for, but I can't for simply. Attempts are made. I've watched Eris in 2 times speed for 3.5 hours. Could do that without breaks. You're the stronger, better of us, check. I think then it can't be an export, so it would have to be something like this. Yeah. See how this goes? Hold on. Something caught in my throat. We're all good to go. So I'm thinking instead of an export, now it's happy with this guy here, and we can set this to empty. And then what we can do is go back into our map parser, right? And that was a cough and ew, coding. I retired this thing a year ago. Welcome to the stream, Daniel. I don't think I've seen your name before, so an extra special welcome. Yeah, you know, coding can be fun if you believe it to be. There's tons of things that make coding fun. But I like it for the sense of problem solving. And that looks awful, but it could work. What do you mean it looks awful? I'm thinking, right? New note type append, because we're only using the note when we do the spell casting. The only time we access note and not your code, just the having oh yeah, it feels weird. And don't worry, coding in the stream is very basic. You know what, Toak? I take that as a compliment. Let's see. So, back to the spellcasting minigame. Back up here when we do spawning note. Yep. So the current notes. The note's 0 if notes is empty. So our next note is not going to be now notes.0. It's going to be notes.0 and then it's going to be the time guy that we have. So I go back to this guy, it's spawn time. So dot spawn time. Spawn time. And spawn time in base float. Now what are you saying? Audio latency, spawn time, is it not spawn time? Bar, spawn time. You are spawn time. Notes, where are you, notes? Spellcasting minigame. Oh, okay, hold on. Notes, an array of note. Is that helping now? Yeah, I guess we convert that note. Where are we at? In our start spellcasting? Yeah, and then our notes, our note array. It's somewhere in here. And hi, clown, welcome back to stream. Oh, I heard the computer funny sound, which usually means the stream got interrupted, but no, it was just my my drawing tablet saying it needs an update. Oh boy, I'm relieved. And I did read that, good. I did read that, good, okay. And the Switch 2 games are forwards compatible, completely off topic, but I figured I'd share. I didn't know games could be so expensive. I'm telling ya, I'm really glad and thankful for indie games and Steam. Truly. And the fact that there's just, if you want to make a game, you can. You don't need to join AAA. I can't get over that fact. And the fact that, hopefully, fingers crossed, in a few months, my game will also be on Steam. Oh man, I'm excited for it. And like the Switch 2 games work on the Switch 1, that makes sense, yeah. I was worried for some of the games I'm looking out for, but they're also on Steam. So I can just wait for a sale. Easy peasy. Okay, so, muted numbers, yep. Current stream, append array, yeah. Notes.append array. Current notes, yep. Current map.notes, yep. That's why we have the new array. Good, okay. Notes, okay. And I hate how that's true, to be fair. It was 60 divided by 120 divided by 2. 2 extra characters makes a difference, apparently. And calculator is a calculation of 160 divided by 120. Very family-friendly coding. I like to make sure I understand things. The more I tend to elaborate, the more I tend to understand. So if it takes me a whole hour to understand 120 divided by 60 equals 2? then we'll be here all day. I didn't do that on purpose. I had to think. And what do you mean, basic? Hello world is decent enough for me. Basic in the sense of basic math. And indie games can be pricey too. What do you mean, Shovel Knife costs as much as a cheap bike? Shovel Knife, yeah, that's the whole saga, right? You know, don't worry. That's the whole saga though. It's all 4 games, I think, in one for that price, if I remember. But I'm just waiting for the summer sale. Saving up my pennies and my coins. Okay, so go back to here. Spawn, where are we at? At the very top here. Physics process. Yep. Now, the notes.spawn time. That is our next node. And if the song position is less than or equal to our next note, this is what I'm not sure about. Currently, right now, it seems to be the case it's semi-working. And Eris just learned division. She's not ready for Hello World. No, I'm not. When you stop doing something for a long time, it takes a second to pick back up, alright? And my memory is terrible, so I often need to pick things back up over and over and over again. And, well, while you understand, the chat also understands, which is not true for some other dev streams. People have different ways of doing different things. I just hope that I'm making things a little bit easier to understand for people who maybe not know programming as much. And I just learned, I did read that. Good. Saying that, we have modified note, next note. All right, so, natural notes, modified note. So note.spawn time. We'll go ahead and put that in there. And then we have our next note. Yeah, okay. Saying that, then all of this guy here, we have spawn key. Now, this is where it comes into play at. This is the pièce de résistance. And it is, in fact, as a dev, the first time I ever understood a coding stream. Well, that's sweet. I'm really happy to hear that, truly. I'm just wondering, spawn key, because we pop it, right? We pop the key, so we get rid of it. That's why I'm wondering. If we go back up here, our note time, yeah. Notes.pop front. Spawn time pop front. Notes.pop front. So, E to spawn. Var E to spawn. Or note to spawn. More like that. Note to, or var, note, yeah, note to spawn. And then we make this a note. Then we set it equal to the notes.front. And then we can go ahead and pop all of those guys. When we do our spawn key, we set the note to spawn in here. So we'll take in that key. So now the spawn key gets a note. Note. It gets the note. And do note here. Note. It gets the note. And then from here, we have all of these guys. We go down to here. So now what we can do is do note speed. Var note underscore speed. We're going to set it to a float, and we're going to equal it to 0. And cheers for Eris! Cheers for Eris' slowness! I'm telling you, my mind either is very slow or very fast. There's no in between. And I can hear my teacher screaming, "We're breaking code conventions," but I can finally not care. I mean, I am all for order. That's what we're on in here. There's no chaos. It is all orderly and in line with regulations. I can say this so much that if we go back to Obsidian, right? I have right here in my Obsidian hotkey, whenever I need it, whenever I need to know, alrighty, what's the code of conduct? I can click, what do I click? Not that guy. There's a guy here. It's not this button. It is not this button. It is not that button. And it is not this button. It's one of these buttons, alright? Where I can see the document. Oh, this guy, that button. See, I have a whole, this thing changed, but anytime I need to know the documentation in terms of, let's see, code of conduct and in terms of, do we use big capital for camel case or something like that? There's a link here. I'm not sure where it is. It's here. Oh, this guy. There we go. So I have a coding conventions. I have all of those guys. They're here. Whenever I need them. Right now, I just want to make sure it's working. At some point, and hopefully soon, we will refactor. So we'll see. Let me go back into this guy. And negative chaos. Yeah, negative. And order. And there's no chaos. They're followed by, how do I click? Or not the button. That's not chaos, that's disorganization. Very different. And hi, psychedelic kid. Welcome to stream. welcome. And hydrate.
Psychedelic kitten just redeemed hydrate.
I shall hydrate before I dihydrate. Thank you, and welcome. Okay, so note spawn, float equals 0. Then if note, and then if note dot type equals equal, and then we'll do, then that's the thing too, you could do a match case here. Do we want to do a match case? Is it that serious? You know what? I like my match cases, so we shall do a match case. And oh, if it's disorganization, I'm not a chaotic person. I'm fine. Yeah, there is order and a little bit of disorganization. I assure you, I'm not just saying this to cope with my decisions, all right? I'm saying this because it's true. So let's do note.type, and then we do note, or yeah, we do note here, note.type, and we do dot, note.type.full, and we do that. We do pass, and I think this is easier to read, that's why I'm doing it this way instead of an if-then. I think this makes it a little bit easier, at least for me. We go back here, we move this guy here. So if it's a whole, if it's a half. So if it is a whole, then our number shall be this guy here. So we can go ahead and set the note speed equal to this guy here, like that. Note speed equals so-and-so. And the balance, the yin and yang, the math, the negative math. You gotta, the know-it-alls and the know-not-it-alls. So we have whole, and then we have half. This guy here will just be that, and then divided by, oh, hold on, space divided by 2. And then, instead of having all of this guy here, we just take this guy, note speed. And hopefully, this should work. Are you ready to test it? I am excited. I am hopeful, but you know what? Usually it's the case of, it's not going to work the first time, and that's okay. We tried things, we see how they work. And a match forces you to hard code as opposed to math, though. What do you mean? Do you mean this guy here, or can you elaborate a little bit? This match case could be just an if-then case. And you know what? Maybe I decide to get a little crazy and do a quarter instead of a half. Then I could just add that guy there, for possibly, but I just do this, pop it in there. This is probably not the most optimal way, but I try to live by the rule of 3. If I have to do it 3 times, and brace for impact. Are you ready? Oh, all right. So, what are we at? Why are you angry? Cannot assign contents of array float to array object. I understand that completely. We don't need your BPM anymore. Thank you for your time. Map list array. Not assigned to map array object. I'm gonna click it again. I didn't understand what it said. All right. Note.spawn time equals note.time. Note time. Wow. And you could have note underscore speed equals some calculations without needing to do a match. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. Like I said, it's the thing of, there's so many ways to do it, and there's optimized ways, and there's also just doing it and figuring it out later. I've been trying more to do that. That way I don't lean into that perfectionism, as that will leave you coding the same thing for 20 years and without much change. I'm just wondering about this. Why is it angry? Spawn time with value of type float. New note, spawn time. And let's figure out how to make things work first. Yeah. New note, spawn time. New note, dot spawn time. This guy's a float. This should be fine. Yeah, it's float. We're dealing with floats here. And the note itself is also a float. So why is it angry? Let's go ahead and close this guy here. We shouldn't need you. We shouldn't need... Oh, we do need you. You're very important. We definitely need you. Let's not delete you. We can go ahead and close you. We can go ahead and close notes. Array note. Yep, I think we don't need you anymore. Don't need you for certain. I know that for sure. Okay, so back here. And I've never seen somebody perform dark magic while staying so cheery. Props to you. I told you. I think at this point it just might be a crippling condition of blind optimism. Either that or a crippling condition of cope. Oh boy. Either or, as long as I stay in this mood, nothing can bring me down. Either that or something else. And she's the cheeriest person I've ever met. You're too sweet, really. Oh boy. And I think it's saying the object doesn't return anything or have a type while you're trying to assign it. This was in the original code though. This note time? Note in track notes, yeah. This should work because we're not modifying anything in that case. If I go ahead and just do this and say print, this should print a float. This should give us a number here. But if it says still it can't access it, then we know for sure. Let's see. Yeah. Apparently it's not initialized, which means it's yeah. And it's trying to assign a float to a value. It doesn't return anything. Yeah. So for some reason, this note isn't initialized yet. Huh. Yeah. Isn't blind optimism just dumb intelligence? Potato. Yeah, there's different words for it, I'm sure. You know? So let's see. A half note duration. All I did earlier was move this map guy here. Yeah, new map.bpm. Per track in tracks. And did they low-key call you dumb? Low intelligence. You know, I like to think it in terms of D&D. And in D&D, intelligence stands for memory. And I had definitely low memory. Oh man, I actually made myself into a stat chart. I'd lack in many things. Oh boy, let's see. Yeah. Let's see. If note duration. So for some reason, this note here, I'm going to print out. Oh, this is why we have water bottles that have the top. And all charisma. See, this is why, I mean, I wouldn't be a warlock though, right? Because I'm my own, I forget what it's called, but can you be a warlock of yourself? DD 2024, it incorporates reasoning as well. I don't know if I have high reasoning. I don't know about that one. You're a bard? You know what? I'll take it. I feel like I have like a good vicious mockery. Slew out a few words here and there. You can in fact be a warlock of yourself. Yeah. Let's see. All right. So I just want to see if it's null. So what I'm gonna do is print if note equal null. Print. Nah. Else. Yeah. Else. Print. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Okay. Yeah. All right. And we're gonna go ahead and just how about all of you guys? Just checking our bases, dotting our I's, crossing our T's, and Warlock of Bobby. He's the true eldritch creation here. Let me go ahead and click play. I love how every programmer can relate to those exact prints. It's a must. Let me mute this guy since the music's overlapping, but yeah. I'm not saying any nas. So the notes aren't nah. However, cannot assign. So something's up here. Something up here is angry. If I hide this guy here, the problem goes deeper. You can see calibration map. Cannot assign array of float to array object, and I think it's hitting this guy. So what I want to check next is calibration map. Do we ever use the calibration map? Control F. We don't. Cannot assign contents of array float to array object. Is this because of our, if we go to map, right? Oh, hold on. Map. MAP for map. Oh, nope, it won't let me choose map. This map guy here, is it because of this We didn't export it, is that why? And you're a coder then? I don't checkmate. Coder versus programmer. And on the 8th day, after Adam and Eve were banished to the garden, Bobby was here before time, check. Before time itself, before the very concept. Hold on, my nose. Give me 1 second here. Do-do-do-do. We're all good to go. Where was I? And actually, coder and programmer are the same. I don't know about that one. And what is the line of error? It is saying the same thing it said before about array and float. It's saying about for all of these. And beforehand, right? And thank you, Lusk. Beforehand, it was saying that when we also did, well, when this was export, right? That's why I'm wondering, can I assign contents of array float to array object? So, does that mean if I just do this, will it be happy? Does that work? Is that the reason why? Because I set it to something? So if I click play, it's no to float, it is not. And that did not fix anything. Yeah, cannot assign float. Where's the float at? We have calibration map that's choosing the map to load in. There's no float, right? We moved all of this. BPM float data. Is it one of these guys? Is that the issue here? If I do, well, no, the note float, that shouldn't be an issue. And if we go into map here, there's no longer a float. BPM is a float. Yes. We have playback position, that is a float, right? Coding is not guessing. It's not. I thought you kind of just poke at the problem until you find the solution. And that is not, it is very much sometimes. And let's see, float is different than note. Yeah, cannot assign, but where's it getting array float? Because this is array note. And the thing is, right, in our map, we don't have an array except for note. If I go back into note here, note whole, spawn time, all that doesn't even matter. Because if we go back into our map parser, these guys aren't even doing anything. This is commented out, the actual float part of our map. And up here, our calibration map, our map list is a map. It's not a array float. That's where I'm wondering, where's the float coming from? Is it this float? That's one of the reasons I can think of. So then what I'm going to try to do is I do Control K, click undo, or click stop, and just do parse data. Yeah, we'll just parse all the data. Does this, what happens here? What do we get? Does it get angry? It still gets angry. So it's nothing to do with parse data, it's something deeper. So we'll see. The ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing while we sit here and think for a second. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to go for a hot minute. Anyways, bye! Bye-bye, Louie. Or, yeah, right? I believe it was either Louie or Louis. Bye-bye. I hope you have a fun time. And you can look at the stack trace and look what's in the array. Oh, it's been a second since I've looked at the debugger. Stack trace. Yeah. Stack trace. Thread. Stack frames. Nothing's in here though. Error. Stack trace. Method functional failed. For variant array. And it's pointing to the calibration map. And are you saying my computer doesn't always act stupid? And Louis. Good. Louis. Very fancy. Right, okay. It's gonna take me, but I'll get it eventually. And this part, having the game music instead of lo-fi, makes it so much better. The loading part. I'd eventually love to make my own, like, stream playlist music and just have, like, a whole hour's worth of music I've made. So, we'll see. Instead of breakpoint, yeah, I'm probably going to have to breakpoint it. I don't wanna, but breakpoint's probably going to be the solution here. But I'd love to figure out how to make musical lo-fi, and that way it can be everything is made all in-house, which would be lovely. And I'm saying that most of the times you think the computer is acting stupid, it's actually coder's fault. What do you mean most of the time? It's always the coder's fault. Nothing's wrong here. I'm the problem. I'm doing something wrong and the game knows it. But we're having a little bit of a communication issue. We might need to go to counseling for a little bit. You know what? I am all right with getting help. You know, seeking therapy, that is very important. So if I go to this map list append, map list, map lists is an array of maps. I go ahead and just move you guys out. And I disagree. You're right, and the code's wrong. That is what you call like Lusk. You know, it is important that we accept our mistakes and accept our weaknesses. For how can we improve without acknowledging? And how's it going? Bugs, many bugs, Rodrigo. But welcome. I believe you were here earlier, but welcome all the same again. If you weren't, if you were, welcome next too. I disagree. I disagree that, and the code's always right. And what program are you using? This is Godot, G-O-D-O-T. I believe, no, I don't have a, I really do need to add an FAQ to the website, but it is, hold on, G-O-D-O-T, Godot. I really like it. There's Unity, there's Unreal, but I think Godot is simple and especially easy to learn for beginners. But I think, you know, if you're trying to get into programming, consider Godot. I'm very much biased. I've never tried any other engine, and at some point I do want to try the other engines, but just from I'm a very aesthetical person. I like colors. I like, ooh, shiny. So when I look at this, I think, oh boy. But if you take a look at like a screenshot of Unity layout, and then there's the fact of, what is it? Well, you can get themes, right, to change it all, and I'm learning Godot. Ah, lovely. Another fellow Godoer. I always like to see it. It's always interesting learning from other engine devs, though, and how I always come and go. I see. I'm telling you, it's that thing of I can't remember sometime, but it's good to know. I will try to keep that in the memory bank. I'll do my best. As yeah, I did remember your name earlier, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't be 100% certain. But the ads are up, and I'm wondering from this ready button, if we click it start now, and I don't know, Godot is too shiny for me. I can't focus with so much colors. There are also, what is it? If I go to like projects and I go to editor, editor settings, I'm certain, and oh, posture check. All right, hold on. There we go. I'm sorry I was too distracted to help. No need to apologize. 100%. Don't ever feel the need to apologize. Be it come and go or something else. I take all the stretch. Whether it's anything or inputting or chatting or the things of the like, by all means, don't feel the need to apologize. I'll take all the help I can get, and if you don't want to give any help, I won't hold you to it. And I have trouble paying attention for long periods of time. I understand. I wholeheartedly do. As you can tell, we're making a lot of progress. Water, stretch, posture check. You're really all doing it, aren't ya? And you wanted to help? You have already helped. More than I could have asked for, truly. I really do appreciate it. I'm getting a lot. Well, I have one goal, and that is to link the rhythm typing. We have about an hour left, but again, if we get close enough, we'll go a little bit over, so we'll see. Alrighty, that is water, that is posture check, that is a leaning to the left, a leaning to the right, a leaning to the back, oh, something cracked, leaning forward, and oh, glasses toggle, alrighty. Yeah, there is a little bit of a loophole, it seems.
Just redeemed glasses toggle.
And it's easier for newbies, that is true. Yep, I started Godot and double glasses. Oh, it's a glasses toggle, which just means I toggle it off in this case. And I'll go ahead and start that timer. And I had redeemed it. Yup. Oh, silly. And let me double check what you said. I started with Godot because I heard it was easier for beginners, but may try others at some point too. Yep, I'd say Godot's definitely. I've been told. Again, I haven't tried other ones, but I've been told it's a lot easier, at least the layout-wise. Saying that, though, I have disabled loading the maps. Let's click play. Does it still give us that error? I don't think it will. It did. Okay, all right, we accept it. Now, I'm thinking, is it because we're loading the maps? It has to do something with resources, and welcome back, Senor Frankie. welcome back. So, next up, what we're going to do is, oh, hold on, that guy, that guy, we're trying to find the spot the issue here. I'm thinking it's because we're loading the resource and something's off about that, so let's see. Now we have one issue and can't make value from empty map, so we'll go ahead and do pass, and then I'll go ahead and crop out. Alrighty. And so classy. She's my name too, Senor Toak. It is very classy indeed, but we're not getting errors anymore, which means it has something to do with loading the data of our resource. And chat, if we're organized, we can redeem every single option at the same time next time. You know what? It makes sense for like a mini break. However, if it gets, I think it's 10 minutes right now, I might have to bump it up to 30. You know, yeah, just say it. Just a warning for you, but I know you're joking. So if I go ahead and undo this guy, I think I'm going to get an error because of parsing the data. So if I go ahead and actually, you know what? Let's not even do the calibration one. Let's do this guy here, as this is the loading, right? If I click this guy here, we do get a debug. All right. And what is our debug? What are you saying? What are you talking about? Array float object. We go back to that guy there. None of this guy is, yep. And for map lists, I think I found it. I think. Map.notes. Okay. Whew! I got worried for a second it was because of the print. But we're okay. It's something else. Because it's .notes. Whew! I was worried. The non-silence can continue as normal. And Senor Lusk, you are correct. And that was the worst way to spend my money. Somehow it was worth it. Redeeming it by a good old health check. And oh, buddy, you're ancient, eldritch even. How silly. Yeah, so for map and map, print notes. This guy here is not causing your issue. That's what I was worried about, but my printing. However, maybe there's another place that it's printing out the notes. Possibly. I'm learning so much in today's stream, señorita. Heresy. Oh boy. And are the resources you're loading are arrays or floats? The resources, if we go back right to our note map. Yeah, you can see map. It is an array, but it's not an @export. That's why I'm confused. Do I have to do this and make it an implied array? Possibly. And then we go back to here, right, and do @export. Instead of implicit, I usually like implicit, but maybe we just do notes array. It doesn't know what it is. Will that help? It did help. There's no longer an error. Okay, all right, I suppose. And then if we go ahead and undo these guys, maybe it will do it. And, oh, Aliwa Holloway? Is that how you say it? Aliwa Holloway? Well, we don't know if they're a senor or a señorita. But hello! Welcome to stream. Welcome. And Olivia. Oh, that's what it means. Olivia. Welcome, Olivia. In that case, señorita. Welcome. Let's see. So if I go ahead and click play, again, should be no errors, right? No errors. Okay. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do all of these guys that we did before. Gonna go ahead and maybe do one of these notes and do one of those and one of these. And Olivia's. I couldn't the W. The W threw me off. I thought it was Oliver. And so at least Godot knows what type of array you need. That's why I like doing implied. However, I think because it's a resource, it's a little angry. And Senor Toak, it's hola. Welcome to stream, señorita. Oh boy, I would love to at some point learn Spanish. And oh boy, what do you want now? Property of key spawn time with value of float on object based nil. The good news is the error has changed position. Bienvenido. I think. Possibly. New note time. And learn French before. Spanish is easier that way. I've wanted to learn French. My main goal was to learn Japanese. However, that's more so just because a lot of the art tutorials I keep finding are in Japanese. So I thought it'd be easier. Spanish is more functional, but there's a lot of Portuguese pixel artists. So it's a tie between Portuguese and Spanish. I've been told Spanish then Portuguese. I've also been told Portuguese before Spanish. But if I could, Portuguese, Spanish, and Japanese. That would be my idea. And now Stack Trace, Oh, yeah, stack trace. Thank you. Let's see. And now you have variables in the stack trace. Yeah, we're working along. Thank you, Sancha. Yes, learn Portuguese. You're a little biased, Lusk. You tried learning French, but after a few classes, I had to surrender. Oh, terrible. And I'm mostly French, but I'm not bilingual at all. So, oui, français. I used to try, but again, memory? Learning a language is hard. In general, specifically for me. So, map parser, parse data and ready. Yeah, okay. Let's scroll up a little bit more. What are we looking at? New note, current map, members, null. Function not ready. Locals. Okay, I never really look at stack trace, so this is a little funny. And you didn't say French in your last 3 languages named? I'm afraid I can no longer support you.
Hollywee_Hollyway is now following.
Silly. I'd love to, but top 3. But thank you, Olivia, for the follow. Welcome to stream. And please censor French next time. Thank you. How silly. I'd like to read that. And it'd be funny if we had money. Current map, members, current map. And this guy here, yeah. Current map's supposed to be null. We're trying to access. If we go into parse data, yep. We go for parse data, and then this guy here. Once we get to note, we're looking at the note time. I'm wondering this new note here, is it because the new note itself? Okay. If new note null, so we'll do that. I think it might be new note. Yeah, new note. If we do this guy here, and then we do this here, if new note equal null, what do we get? I'm expecting this is the null, because this note guy, right, is that guy there. So if I click play, right, error? Yeah, nah. We found it. Okay, which means to be the case, therefore, such as is. I go ahead and stop this guy here. Play the music again. You know what? Let's censor everything. Oh, the less said we're running out of letters. Nah, not me. I can't with these censors. They're so silly. And I'm trying to learn Chinese, and some of the words are hard. Yeah, Chinese. There's a lot of Chinese tutorials I've seen for art as well. So it's like the thing of, oh, there's so many languages to learn. And I'd love to learn like Chinese, Japanese, Russian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, but I'm only one person. So I've got to at least choose one and have a top 3 eventually. However, new note. I think what we'll have to do, there's a way to do like a self-constructor, right? Go, Eris, for starving your problem. Don't worry, I'm not sure what I said either. What 2-letter word is G? That's what I'm guessing. Solving your problem. How sweet. And just like Google Lens translate all the tutorials, I tried, but the issue is it's tedious. It's really tedious. Like, oh, Korean's another one. I have a Korean art book, but I can't understand it, so I'll just hold my phone up with the translation. But I'd love it if I could just read it. It'd be so much easier. And it was GG. You would never have guessed. I see. Not at all. Either. Oh, I don't even know. And I'm a señorita. Senor, did I? I don't think I did. Oh no, we're good. I see. Okay. How to constructor. There's gotta be like a constructor, right? I'm not sure what you call it in, oh, timer's done, which means I now go back to glasses. But for our note guy here, what we can do is say, func, construct, and then just do, void, and then we do, nope, that doesn't seem right. We have to instantiate it, I think. Or no, it's not a node. It is a class, right? Class name, extend, something's off here. Map parser. Yeah, we have to instantiate it. I think that's the issue. New node. Yeah, var note, right? I think that's why it's an issue, right? Nerdy ears back. Actually, it is big brain ears. I'm thinking that's the reason why, right? Because it's saying it's null. And seeing you makes me want to learn Godot too? Great! Lovely. The more people that are programming, the more games that are able to come out, as big or as small as you make them. I'm so excited. I really am. It's nice to know that more people are getting. And redeem the nerd race. Hold on. Hold your horses. Redeem. Oh boy. So I think instantiation. We go back up to here. Key scene, because it's not a scene. So instantiating. Dot instantiate. I think it's something like that. But I think it has to be, I'm not sure of these specifics, but I think it's gotta be like new note, var new note equals note dot instantiate. Is not how you do it. I don't know how to do instantiate, but var new note. Okay. And our new note is null. Okay. This is tricky. This is indeedy tricky. Okay. Var new note. Note. Something to do with this. And maybe you'll start with a simple one. Flappy Bird? I'd say yeah. Maybe if I could suggest possibly Pong. Flappy Bird, the way I think of it, the generation is going to be a little bit tricky to randomly add things to the screen or have that loop of things in the background and foreground. So Pong might be a little bit easier. But if you're up for the challenge, yeah, Flappy Bird works great. And it's going to be when you least expect it. Silly. And it's the glasses' fault, I tell you. Godot thinks you're too smart and gets confused. Too big brain. Note, variable. Variable class, V-A-R-A, variable class is null. Godot, D-O-D-O-T, Godot 4. Why is our class null? Variable's null as value and never changes. Problem is, how to check is a variable's null empty? Yeah. Right now it's null. How do we unnullify it? You never assigned it. Set as a type, return null. It is null. And the workshop they did at my school taught Godot by making Flappy Bird. Oh, that's really neat. I would have loved that back in school. Well, you're in, I think, college, right? I think they were gonna teach me Unreal or Unity. Or start with a breakout game. The black one, right? The block breakout? I used to love those. Type variable. Why is the variable null? Yeah, why is the variable null? I'm looking online to see if I can find any Googles. Set, get. Note dot new? There, like that. Then if we go ahead and click play, does that work? Possibly. Yeah, wonderful. Okay, so now, if I go ahead and do this guy, note spawn time, all of you guys here, you should be completely fine, right? Let's see. Yeah, okay. No errors. You can't see the errors. However, the game is running now without any angriness. So, you know what that means. And before that, my nose, give me 1 second while I mute that guy. Telling you these allergies, killing me slowly. Okay, so now we go ahead and do calibration. Right? Hit. Alrighty, calibration is ended. Now we go ahead back to our main menu. Where are we at? The moment of truth. Teleport to the pull the lever. Okay, go ahead and do sweet cookie. You know, I'm gonna drink some coffee before I click play. Just gonna click hold your horses and have to go. Good luck with the nonsense, both the chat and in Godot. Thank you, Check. Wish you all the fun tomorrow, for I might be absent. Insert Deltarune tomorrow joke of your choice. Yeah, Deltarune tomorrow will finally be a thing. Oh, I'm so happy, I'm so excited. I really am. I considered doing two Deltarune streams, and I thought to myself, I have to be productive, I have to get stuff done, so you know what? If we can get this working, then 2 Deltarune next week. We'll see, hopefully, fingers crossed. And Senior Check is actually Deltarune 2 days ago. Well, for me, I'm playing Deltarune tomorrow. For me, it's Deltarune tomorrow. All right, coffee. This has gotta be one of my favorites so far. I just like the fancy do-do-do-do-do-do. It's great. All right. So, you know, this is why we program, isn't it? Something is off here, and I don't know what it is. I think it needs to be the case it needs to appear, and you'll remember us when you become super popular, right? You're all too sweet. Like I said, it takes me a second to get better at names. I have to see the name multiple times. I have to say it out loud. That's why I always try to say it whenever people talk or come back and forth. The more you chat, the more I am capable of remembering the name and the helpfulness or the silliness or the bulliness. But I will try my best, truly. I really do. I think back to when I used to stream and it was like 5 people and I'm still surprised. And Senorita Eris, will you remember us? Of course, Senor Finky. Alright. I'm thinking the issue is the time, right? Next beat, time to next beat. Modified note. Natural note. No, that's not it. If we go back to our half note duration, our map parser, nope. Yeah, type, and then on our mini game, and our spawn, so this guy here, our next note will be, notes.spawned time. Yeah, and then the distance speed. Someone's angry, and I don't know what it is. But I'm wondering. And you bully us too? We can't be blamed? When have I bullied all of you? Alright? I am as innocent as they come. Never once have I slung out an insult. Never once have I belittled you. I am a fair person, I assure you. And look at those 4 big eyes. Where? Huh? She doesn't count, but you match the face doing something, huh? No, she doesn't. Could you imagine that face doing something? Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Look at this face. Couldn't do any wrong. No. Not one bit. This is a face right here. Oh, this is a face right here, right now. Yeah, Innocence. The absolute epitome. Oh boy, nothing but a groat. I'll drag you there if I have to. Next note, spawn time. Is it moving too fast? Is that why it's not working? And the drones told me I have to say yes to the elevator and not a prison. Or not a prison, and I ended up in there on my own volition. Exactly. Like I said, you just happened to be in the elevator room. I didn't put you there. You have no evidence I put you there. We can end that conversation there, all right? Yes. And we all know that she won't remember us. Rodrigo, I'm trying. I really am. And X'd out, you take that X back. Alrighty. Next note, note.spawn time. Yep, utility, audio latency, default latency. This is when the next note spawns. So we have to take that spawn time. Yeah, okay, hold on. Maybe the case is, right, if we go into our spawn, we have to do the spawn time itself, possibly, because this will be the distance, right? The spawn time of the note. When the note appears, the next note will not happen at the spawn time. It'll actually happen at the... Okay, because this is the distance, right? The distance it takes to get. So next note, we have to calculate the pre-time. She's already having trouble reading everything. She can't even be hydrated more than once per minute. You talk to me as if I'm a fish. Oh boy, per 10 minutes. Must be hydrated or I will wilt. But she won't do it on purpose. I really try my best not to. It's the thing of, I'm hoping the more I do it, the better I get. And I have double the practice because there's YouTube and Twitch chat that I have to keep track of. I struggle with that enough, but eventually I will figure out a method. I will figure out a system. I didn't miss anything though, did I? 4 big eyes, doesn't, you bully us, okay? You remember names quite easily? Yeah, yours, if it is an animal, if it is a thing, I can remember the name. And you YouTubians, be respectful of the cierto, senor. They are worth very much. A lot of pennies, a lot of salt. I'm thinking this guy here, right? This is when the next note needs to appear. What we actually have to do is not the spawn time. We have to do the... Okay. This is the exact time at which the note appears, but we have to calculate the distance of the note. So, if we go back to here, what we actually have to do, I'm thinking, is on our spawn note in the next note, spawn note, where are we in spawn note? Spawn key. Yeah, spawn key. We're going to need the this guy here. What we're going to do is now this is where we go back to what you were saying earlier, Ansia, about it just being a variable that I could set it to, because I could turn this into a function to figure it out whenever I need it. But we need to subtract the travel time. You missed a message about 2 hours ago. I don't remember what it was. You'll have to look up. Joke, you actually are very nice to answer his message.
Oshayak_Twitch is now following.
I was about to go look. Oh boy. I'm telling ya, I attempt. But thank you for the follow. Hold on. Oh, that is a name. Arshaka Twitch. Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. And hola, AR is good. Thank you. Hola, AR. And how dare you? I'm going to Twitch now. And if we are not person, but thinks she can remember us, no. It's the names. It's when you have a really fun name like Sencha or Rodrigo. It's very easy to remember. Then, well, Bob's pretty fun too. Bob, Steve, Tim, Timmy, Tom. If I can remember the names that way. And thank you for the follow. So let's see. What were you saying earlier? Ansia, right? About it being a variable? To turn this into a variable, it would be... It's in your, yeah, I can speak English. Let's see. Would it be, right? 60 divided by that guy there, and a function could work too? And then, yeah, but there's a way to make this into a variable. So if it is a half type, then it needs to be times... It would be something like divided by 1 or divided by 2. So what we could do is do note.type, right? And in this note.type, we set whole equal to 1, and we set half equal to 2. And we do this, and what I'll do is here, division, division equals number. And then we'll go ahead and make sure this is a comment. Or, yeah, I'm so used to the, there's one thing where it's a double backslash. I forget which one is the double backslash. It might be C++, but I haven't programmed in so long that it's been a second. And yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, but if you do that, you don't need an enum. Can you elaborate a little bit more? No, I'm watching Markiplier play one shot. I'm crying right now. Oh man, I do at some point want to play one shot. Number, and yeah, a ver is a ver. What is the problem with YouTube, senor? Yeah, C++, yeah. I've forgotten, or I haven't programmed in so long. I went back to my default of C++ for a second. So for example, 2 equals 50%. Just so I have this as a number. It lets me know division equals number. And then yeah, division equals number. And then we'll also do this, just so I know, just so I can see this. And wait, never mind, I'm confused. Oh, no worries, and type can be a variable as well. Do you mean this? It can't be a variable, this, and you need to work a lot of things? Oh, you need to work a lot of things, got ya. Yeah, so if it's like this, right? Then, if we go back into our spellcasting minigame, all we have to do is do this instead. So anytime we want the BPM now, that note speed, we can just set note speed equal to, and do this. Yeah, here we are. And that should make things easier on our end. And the float and divided by operator. Note.type, we need to set this to int, like that, and like this. Or not, maybe. No constructor for int note.type. There's a way to go to int. how is it again? And I like live streams on Twitch. Other than that, YouTube is okay. Yeah, it depends. I like Twitch. I feel like for the emotes and things of that nature, the interactability, but for the watching experience, YouTube's a little bit better in terms of pausing, playing, rewinding, fast forwarding. That's nice in that aspect. Why is this angry though? Note.type should equal a number, right? And the other day that was ahead of Twitch. The other day that was, oh, no, I'm confused. And, oh, look, you're on the other side. I have come here to confuse Iris. You did. Oh boy, I am heavily, and I mean, if you like pain, you could also script with the Godot and C++. Yeah, I do, that was another thing too, but I like, my hope is to find a engine where I can have everything in one spot. That's why I really like the idea of having the plugin for Sprite, since it allows me to incorporate Sprite easier into my programming. And maybe we should switch to YouTube too. Swapping back and forth. Float and note. Float. And maybe do this? Oh, okay. No constructor for float. How do you there should be a way to hard cast it. Hard cast into float. Godot 4. How do? And do it, you can take my place. So silly. My float my integer. Yeah, this should work. The constructor for that guy should work. Why no work, huh? Float, note, var, float equals, that works, right? And then you just want this? No constructor of float matches the signature note.type. Oh, just ignore it, all right? Ignore what you just saw there. You saw nothing. We're good to go. Oh boy. Alrighty, and then from there, what we can do is, this will actually be the spawn time, since this is the spawn distance. So instead of it actually being, where are we at? You went too fast, I have no choice but to ignore it. And it's nice, so do it. You can take my place, I did read that. Yep, okay, we're good. And also my PC is very slow, and on YouTube everything is like delayed, and it'll make it so that stream ain't live anymore. Interesting one, I've never heard of that one before, and I saw nothing because my kid won't leave me alone. The plight of children. But they're adorable though. Let's see, update song position. Okay, so now, back here, right? We need this to play before, so instead of our spawn time, what we actually want to do is take the distance travel. So it's going to be this. Going to be and it's going to be var note time, note spawn time, note spawn underscore time, and this is going to be a float. And what I'm thinking is it's going to be this guy here, right, subtracted by, so all of this, and it's going to be this. Yeah. And then we have you guys here. I'm not sure how this works in terms of order of operation, so I'm just gonna do this. Like that. 60 divided by that. Yeah, note is not in the current scope. Notes, note spawn time, note.type. Oh, hold on. Notes.type. There you are. There you go. And, oh, hold on. I saw nothing. Paid actor. It was an inside job. Let's see. So now, we do this guy instead. So the hope is by doing this, it gives it the note enough time to get to its location. Since it'll need to get to that point A to point B. And we need a support redeem on Eris to tell her she's doing a good job. Attempts are always getting made, and I have a lot of patience. That is very important. And hello, Twitch chat people. They did. Sinja. Let's go to here. Let's see if this fixed our problem. Go to here. Right? Go to, oh, wrong screen. Let's see. It would be, oh, Godot. That one right there. Lovely. Okay. Saying that, I think we're all good to go. Okay. Let's click OK. And Eris, can you say hello to Sinja for, oh, I don't know what I don't know what that, that symbol is. But Antia says hello from the other side. At least I can say that I've tried. Alrighty. And for me, I see. Got ya. Yeah. Message has been sent. Let's see. Did I miss anything? I just want to scroll through here and double check. I think we're all good to go. Yeah. Okay. And calibration time. Before that, my nose is angry at me again. Give me 1 second.
Sensha Shogun is now following.
We're all good. And thank you for the follow from the other sites. And welcome. Alrighty, are you ready to see if it works? Start. Right. Hit. Alrighty, and you're too innocent, although I am usually too, so I can't blame you. What happened with the distractions? What did I do? And bless you, thank you. Alrighty, so 0.02. Levels, now we go into no one spawns. Teleport, that is a caps locks, teleport. Okay, 1. Okay, alrighty. Hope you're holding your breath, holding your horses, and I will follow you 1,000,000 times. Again, you're too sweet. I can't say the rock study was inspired by you with your wanting to learn and everything. Since rocks was my first ever thing for pixel art, I figured let's go back over the basics. So I hope the Sunday study will be helpful for you. And the more I hear it, the more I lick them. What do you mean? And don't worry, I'll keep counting for you. Oh, the music! I'm glad you're liking it. It's good, great. It is a rhythm game, so music's important. Alrighty. What? What? So... I'm just gonna... Huh? Why was it so fast? Something's off. Something is off. Is it the order of operation? Is it that it needs to be like this and like this? It's a single gray pixel. Try this. If this isn't the issue, then we'll see. Alrighty, calibration time. Try 5. Hit. Alrighty. Levels. No one spawns. Teleport. 1. Okay. Let's see. Let's hope. So... yeah? No. It's going to every beat, which is interesting, isn't it? Okay. I see our issue. It is delayed by like a little bit. You can see, right? That's the same problem I had here, where these guys, where they spawned, I needed to do the location. Okay. We're right there, and the rhythm game seems right. We're almost there. We just need to have that travel time doubled. So, that means doubled. Note spawn time needs to be whatever this guy is, but double it. So subtract this times 2. Yeah. Spawn time is that guy, note type. Yes, times 2. I just divided it by 2. Now we're timing it by 2 again. Oh boy. Yeah. I'm wondering. Because, right, our note spawn time, note distance. This is when it's spawned, and the spawn distance to do the note, but it needs to be multiplied by 2, I think. Possibly. Let's just check that. I think I might have to do it somewhere else, but we'll see. Okay. Again. Hit. 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 Okay. And we go here. We go here. Teleport to 1. Go down. Go to you. Go to sweet. Sweet. Cookie. Okay. So, I think it's too fast. Truthfully, I can't see a thing. That's one issue I have. Second issue is... what's my second issue? Timing, that's one of them. Okay. Few things. First is, these guys are moving way too fast. They need more time to get to the area. And I think that's why maybe that's spawn time times 2, right? And that could be a difficulty mode. You just want people to suffer. That would be a hardcore mode of extreme. Let's see. Hit. 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 Okay. From there, we have this guy here. Teleport. Okay, so without that times 2, what do we get? Sweet, sweet cake cookie. Yeah. They're too fast. Okay. So, either we change the position, or we do it a different way. Like, maybe... The delay that it takes to do the note, that's what I'm wondering. So, yeah. And trust me, people want this kind of challenge. Many people I know would have deemed it too easy. Well, the hope is I make easy levels to start off with, but I want to add difficulty for sure. Yeah, but the hope is that, it'll be overall an easy, not easy, but a game people can play. You don't have to be a 200 WPM typer, but I also don't want it to be a sort of growly type of slow. I want it to be on the more medium to medium hard. Not too pro, but we'll see. Okay. So right now, there's a few issues, and I'm wondering if it's because of the way I have the notes set out. I think it might be a composition, or what would the word be? The composer, the music itself that's holding us back at the moment. We'll take Pastradilla. Pastradilla, where you at? Should be here. We have Necrotype Cafe Spook. Music chords, melody, piece of cake, spooky suspense. Original? Oh, of course. Where's my Pastradilla? Pastradilla should be here. I should have the guy here. It should be recorded. Maybe it's not? That would be understandable. Okay, do I have... Well, what do we have? I should have 2 songs at the moment. I should have Spooky Brew and Pastradilla. That should be the 2 current songs I have at the moment. Spooky Brew, Pastradilla. Do I have Spooky Brew on Visual Studio? Spooky Brew? Don't. Huh. When I made these songs, did I use me? I don't know if I did. Oh no. And I mean, as you've shown, it seems like it'll not be that hard to add difficulty, so it's fine. Yeah, that's the hope. I just want to make sure it's workable, and then I want to up the difficulty, certainly. I want to see if I go back to YouTube, or, oh, well, you're here, Lusk. Would you mind checking the previous, music streams I've done for the Pastradilla? And, yeah, okay. I think that's the issue here. If you could check to see what programs I used when I made those songs, so the Pastradilla and the Spooky Brew, those 2. I thought I used MuseScore. Maybe I didn't. In the meantime, while you're looking for that, I'm going to do Calibretti as our guide to test. So we'll go back to, well, not Calibretti. This one is Piece of Cake. So we'll go back into here just as a test guide to see if it is a composition guide. You did not use MuseScore indeed. I figured. So I might have to do composition all over again. And follower go net? Oh, how did that happen? When did that? I'm confused. But lovely to hear. And do you need the programs? If I didn't use this guy, I know one I used the dragon guy, and the other guy I used another one. But if I didn't use this guy, I'm gonna have to, in my free time, transpose it onto here to make things a little bit easier to see. That is a shame. However, I just want to see if the system can get working. And expand me, my follower notifications no longer appear. If I banned you, then you wouldn't be able to speak. But I guess that's why it says the thing. An Ultrabox, I think? Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, okay. Thank you, thank you. And I mean, as you showed, it seems it's not that hard. Oh, I did read that. Good, good, okay. You're becoming a big streamer already? What makes you say that, Ansia? Did I miss something? I hope I didn't. I'm trying my best not to. I really am. Okay. Hold on. Tap, 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 tap. All right. I want to get some doubles up in there, so let's just go ahead and add those guys. So, do. Let's see. This will just be our test guy for now. No, the follower goal is met. Okay. I see. I'm telling ya, I could not have imagined something like this happening back yonders ago. Let's see. Okay, so do, and then we wait, and then we go, and then I want to go do, and then I want to go, yeah, and then I want to get a little fancy. Hold on. Do. Like, yeah. You're fine. I'm sure your speed will be able to accept what I'm about to offer it. So, I'm just gonna, I wish there was an invert button, but that's okay. And then we're just gonna, oh, I feel like I've lost the plot here. I think you do down to your, yep, there you go. Do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think I got it. Hold your horses. Oh. Okay, well, you know what? Okay. This is not supposed to be a music stream. Are we? Oh, thank you for that, Lusk. I didn't even notice. My apologies. Hold on. Could you at least hear it? Or have I been speaking to myself into the void? Ah. Hold on. I don't think you could even hear it. Oh no! What a shame! Can you hear it now? You can. I see! Good. Welcome, by the way, Daniel Philip Johnson. Welcome to stream. I was trying to set the half notes that we were using, right? Yeah. And I was saying this is notes. I was saying. That's what I was talking about. That's not a I don't think I'll get the so I'm not going to waste too much time on it. As I was saying, this is not supposed to be a music stream, but yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I think it would need to be faster. So you know what? That's fine. I just want to see the capabilities. I want to push the I want to push this guy to its limits. And change the with the and how many followers are we doing a game jam? I would love to do a game jam. Okay, 2 things. First, I want to get to a demo stage of this game before I work on different games. However, I'm hoping that'll happen before August. Once August hits, because that will be a streamerversary of streaming for a year, I'd love to take like a few weeks to program my one-to-one as much as I can, program that game I was talking about. So if we go back into Obsidian really quickly, and I've started using MuseScore, I may know how to do it. I think it's just the notes are gonna have to be faster. No game jams, don't. But I wanna, Toak. I really wanna, but just thinking of ideas and things of that nature, yeah, like I said, I want to get to a good point. So the demo of the game first, then game jams, then other projects. But this guy here, this console simulator, in August, I want to take some time to make this into a Godot project. It's not a console game. That way it can have it played up on there.
That's
the
now
hope.
following.
And, Seduster, maybe? Senior Duster? That was my best guess. So thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. And game jams are a good way to practice. They are. They're a lot of fun. And I mean, as you've shown it, or I did read that. Yeah. Trust me, people. I did read that. And as you've shown it, it seems it'll not be that hard to add difficulty. Oh no, I did read that. I read that 4 times now. And game jams are a good way to lose time. They are also, yeah. So I would want to do something like this, just as a celebration, as a anniversary, since I don't think this will be too hard to program in Godot, since I've already done it. Now, granted, I've forgotten. We don't talk about that part. I left for 5 seconds. Why is the chat blowing up? It's been okay. It's been manageable, I'd say. Saying that though, the idea behind doing it like this and with different instruments is that I can grab all of these guys. Let's see. Hold on. We want it to be loopable, so let's go ahead and delete this. Control delete. We're at 452. So we'll do. Hold on and hydrate. Sure, water.
The SH4 down.
I'm a drop in the water of the ocean
hydrate.
now. Did I not reach your message, Ansia? You need to add. Oh, there you go. I've started using eScore. You need some accentuation and shorter notes, I think, but that's the best. Yeah. Okay. I'm caught up now. My apologies. I'm thinking I'd have to use like a 16th note if I had to guess to make it easier. That da-da-da-da-da, because that's the speed of the notes, right? Right? I think. No, it's fine. It's not. That's one of my goals, is to read. And it was a reaction to the follow. Got ya. All right, water. Okay, we're good to go. So this needs to loop. Let me go ahead and delete you. Control delete. I just want to get it exportable to try. And at YouTube chat, you're always standing out. Sencha, don't tell those lies. It's harder to read YouTube chat because it's not as colorful as Twitch chat. Zero knows that very well. So I wanted to see how the game would look if we added those half notes. So these are all the half guys, right? They're not actually called halves, but just half notes. And then we'll just go ahead and do these 2 guys, and that'll be the loop of the song, just to have it here, and control delete. Okay, so I just want to export this to see if this will be our practice map. If this works, and if it's working, then I will I think it's called transpose when you're talking about music. The other songs that we currently have. I'm gonna double check. And for the speed, let's do 125 to make it manageable. Let's see. And we can pay more to make it more colorful. That's why Zero tends to add the bananas. It's a horrible idea. Terrible, but it adds color like the emotes. Tap. Now, for me at least, I like the idea of hearing the sound and then a tap. To show what I mean, and I'm curious to see what all of you think as well, as this is a thing that would be that would be harder to program. It would. Never mind, I take it back. There's no poll that's going to happen. I'm going to do it this way so I can save myself pain. I'd probably just have to do a different audio sound for it, truthfully. Okay, oh, you know what? Never mind. We'll do it that way. If I do, and Eris is chaotic by nature, no, I am. No, nada. And everyone should pick an emote for themselves. How silly. Let's go back into here. I'm curious to question. Back in here, programming. Click play. And she accidentally started a music stream so she's not chaotic. We, by nature, have to swap to different programs because we are programmers that program our own game. Sometimes we'll have to swap to A-Sprite for a second, it becomes a pixel art stream. Sometimes it just happens to be the case of sort of chance that it happens to be music, you know? It happens. Let me swap back to Godot, and there's the goddess of chaos, is she not? Greek, yes. Me, no. It's a common misconception, I assure you. I wanted to question, do you think this is easier to do? Right? Where the notes are in line with it? Or do you think it'd be easier to do it if we go back to the calibration screen and I do this here, and I do else pass, Which one do you find easier? I kind of like this one a little bit more. It'll take a little bit more programming to implement. However, oh, never mind. I did something wrong. Something's wrong here. Move skulls, else. One of these is supposed to be move skulls. Let's see. It wasn't this move skull before else, right? Right? And the entropy of universe is always rising. There must be balance. And the drone told me you're just finding excuses. The drone? Who's the drone you keep speaking about? I have no idea this drone. And you're just finding excuses? They're pretty nice once you get to know them, actually. I'll never embrace the chaos. It's not this guy. And it's not this guy. Hold on. Paste. Move skull. Right? Let's see. Double checking. FYI, I'm also making a typing game. Lovely! I like to see it. Typing games are fun. I do like them. There was a way where it was offset, so it would be beat, 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 beat. But for some reason, I don't remember how to do it. So for now, you know what? We will not worry about it. But just thinking of that, do you think it'd be better to hear it then do it, or you think doing it on time is a little bit better? And indeedy, good luck, yeah. Typing, I feel like the typing part wasn't hard. The cafe part wasn't too hard. Typing was pain, yes. But rhythm, stay away from it. I beg of you, I truly do. Saying that, let's see, that does mean particles move less though, so maybe Eris is just a paradox. I move quite frequently, I hope you know. Particles, don't they vibrate to move? Let me go ahead and I will export this piece of cake and save this guy here. So file, export it. Let's see, 458. We'll see about exporting it, seeing if it's working. Like 20-ish more, 30-ish more minutes. I really don't want to go too far, but we'll see. So MP3, yep, and export. And export this is piece of cake. I'll save it as the, well, not MP3. Usually the WAV format is better, isn't it? But go ahead and do that guy there. And then I can go ahead and export. And you're not supposed to say anything. We're all good in that aspect. Let's see, scores. Set this to songs. We should be good to go. And then I should be able to export the MIDI of the flute. So if I go to export, and then I go to flute, and not main score, export that as a MIDI. This should be our piece of cake vocals. So export. We'll go ahead and say piece of cake. Yep. And that guy there. And then from there, to transpose it, we have to go from MIDI to JSON. So I have to go into an online converter to go from MIDI to JSON. So let me go ahead and pull that guy up. I should already have it. Yeah, okay, good. I do already have it. Let me go ahead and refresh this page here to go ahead and add that MIDI file. Should be in this guy. We have the piece of cake for the MIDI. And then from MIDI to JSON. And then from JSON to download. And download to game. Okay, so nice. I always say this, but the nice part about my current system is that it's not too painful in terms of translating it. It was just making it. So PIECEOFCAKE. And add starts. Okay, we'll have the add while I import and do all of that stuff. And I'll stay away from rhythm using Rust, WASM. Right now is more web base. Oh, Rust. I have heard of Rust. Is it getting good? I've heard good things about it. Usually the developers of the whatever they do use is it helps from time to time. Let's see. I'll go ahead here, go back into Godot. And from there, we'll go ahead and import. So music. This is our current music. We have Pastry, we have Spooky Brew. Oh, actually, while we're waiting, let me go ahead and move this to Audacity so that the audio isn't too delayed in terms of, let's say, at the end. Let me go back to songs here. Go back to piece of cake audio. This guy here should be cut off like here. Let me hear the loop. Loop all of you. I want to loop entirely all of you. And it's hit or miss, to be honest. I can't say I recommend. Interesting. That's the first time I've heard that before. I use this engine, but I don't recommend it. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Okay, yeah. File, export. This will be good. Export audio, and then piece of cake. Common. Nope, we don't want that. We'll just export it to what we had. So our documents, and then a news score, and then in our songs, and then piece of cake wave. Yes, I want to overwrite. Yep, that is 100% my plan. Go ahead and close Audacity. We have about a minute and a half left on that guy there. So I can go ahead and import my music. We have piece of cake, that guy there, and then we have the JSON. definitely need the JSON, so I can go ahead and drag and drop the JSON. The idea is that JSON will tell it what it needs to know. So that piece of cake will be our JSON. This is the JSON? Oh, that's the MIDI. We need our JSON here. Oh, did I download it? Hold your horses. Download. Busy Piano. Rename. PIECE-OFCIKE. And Rust is great if you get through their 1-inch solid, 10-inch solid lead entry barrier. Probably my favorite language though. Interesting. To borrow or not to borrow? That is the question. Oh boy. JSON, yep. And then I should just be able to drag piece of cake JSON. Yep. Okay, there's our piece of cake JSON. And the idea is that all I have to do now is just add it as a map. And compiling is a nightmare? Oof, yeah. I remember compiling back in Visual Studio. It was not fun. Not one bit. Let me get some coffee. Tasty. Okay. So, ad break in a second. You know, I guess I'll have another coffee break. I don't know. I get all fancy up in here. Tasty. And bro, I need a new laptop, but I'm broke. I could have gotten a job, but they canceled it. It was like $400 a week. And how much coffee have you had? Less than a cup. Though, since you're new here, is it senior or maybe Sir Duster? Possibly. You can tell me how to say it. Coffee doesn't work on me. If anything, it makes me tired. It makes me sleepy. It has no effect on me. I wish it did. And sword user. Got ya. Sword user. Interesting one. And that's why working with Godot and GDScript is such a bliss, because you don't need to compile and wait for everything you test. Yeah. Oh, it's so nice. Not enough. At most, I'll have 3 cups. But usually just 1. Usually only 1 when I'm programming, since it gets me in the mood of business. I really only drink it for the taste, since caffeine. Oh man, can you imagine how productive I could be if I had caffeine? I could do so many things. And Eric said, you said you don't do 3D games, but did you make your model? Yes, I'd say you're really good at it already. I used a model program. Then from there, I edited things of the model. I used to play, well, not used to play, Minecraft. I made my own skins. What I'd do is I would find a skin I liked, then modify the colors, add a few things here and there. So I got good at photo bashing. I think that's the best way to describe it. So I photo bashed myself. However, I did make my own eyes. I'm very proud of that fact. You know, we were just here earlier, but I'm proud of it, so I'm going to show it off. But take a look at my eyes. I did do those myself. I drew those. I followed an eye tutorial and everything. But the design itself is me. I did do that. I had to find the hair parts, but then I had to add the buns, things of that nature. The teeth there, that's all me. It is like my design itself and shiny. Yeah. Let's go back to this guy here. And she sounds like she's on her 26th coffee. You would not be the first. And she's so cute, she's sweet. Saying that, we need to instantiate the map. So back here, right, we have our music. We need to make a map, and our map is a resource. So we need to do create new resource. We're going to call it our map. And our map is that guy there, create. And it is going to be PIECE underscore of, and then underscore cake. Piece of cake, yep. And then from piece of cake here, we need to add in our title, so PIECE of cake. And also, that's a lot to do already. Photo bashing's not that easy. No, it's not at all. I'd say, yeah, I didn't make this from scratch, but using the tools I know of, I definitely did it. I can say, yeah, 100%. And did you use Half Buzz? I'm not too familiar with avatars. I forget the program. It's on Steam. It is free. The expensive part came from buying the parts, like the hair. But then I recolored the hair and I added the hair parts on top, the bun parts. That wasn't a part of the hair. It's things like that. Okay, beat passed, piece of cake. Playback position should be 0. The song, that is where we add our piece of cake song, like this. And our notes should be fine. Our JSON, that is our piece of cake JSON. And we need a pet redeem. Yes, we do. I've seen those before. Since I'm 3D, I know there's some plugins I can find where you can actually throw stuff at me, but I don't advocate for violence. Can you imagine? I feel like give you all too much power, and we don't need that around here. There's a high imbalance. I am a princess after all. It's gotta be. The reign of rule is monarchy. Truly. Studia, and then we do PIECE, comma OF, comma, or not comma, underscore, CAKE. And then I can go ahead and grab our piece of cake resource. I can copy the path to the UID and paste that in here. And then instead of appending all of these guys, what we'll do is map append, piece of cake map. So hopefully when we do it, and wait, what if you threw hearts and roses at you? I mean, that's so physical though. It's still very violent, you know. Love comes in many forms, and throwing your heart at someone can be, especially with your physical heart. I worry about your health. Let me click that guy. Okay. So the guy should be imported. And you look cute and sound cute. You're too sweet, I tell you. But I do appreciate it. Okay. Hit. That's where Starcust comes in, yeah. Hit. Okay, now back to the main menu, back to levels. We should have the song imported. We'll teleport to the location here. Does it work? We're about to see. We're about to see. All right. Huh. But can you talk on beat? No. I cannot. I've tried. So, now that we have this guy that should come with a new system, let me go ahead and put this back up. Something that's gotta be issued off, or something's gotta be wrong with our spawn time itself. So our spawn time subtracted by this guy, and then our guy here. So whenever we spawn them, it should be yeah, okay, hold on. Update time when we spawn, so our spawn key here. Yeah, our spawn key, we just need the note speed. And the note speed would be our note type. Yeah, subtracted by our spawn time. Oh, do you hear those ports? And when they be throwing sand at someone, in my eyes, not at all. That's what it feels like, pocket sand. It's the greatest weapon of all. And let's see, would it be kind of Stardust to make her energetic? The Stardust fuels, it fuels the collective power of the solar system. Yeah, totally, 100%. I did just not make that up on the spot. You'd have no proof. Let's see, 60 divided by current math. Yeah, okay. Note type, speed, note speed. Okay. What I'm wondering is, right, it's something to do with this guy here that's not happy about. For example, our modified note versus our natural note. If I scroll back up here, there's two places we have to look at. This guy here, yeah, our notes is empty. So, and the natural note. So our note spawn time and our next note. If the note spawn time, for example, is 5, we would want it to say like 3. That's the idea. So if we look here at or if we go back to the first one, our natural note is 0. Interesting. Natural note is 0, so it spawns at the very beginning. Our modified note would then be negative. I got ya, okay. I run into this problem before, where the notes have to be a little bit delayed. And I think throwing your own heart is a good idea. You can show someone how much you love them. Maybe not for a long time, but still. Oh boy, it depends, truly, you know, just toss it's a one-time deal. It's like the saying of, you can only eat something once, but everything is edible if you believe it. What I'm curious to see, just for the sake of trying, if we do, where are we at? Song position, there should be a spawn. If I go to my key guy here, our key listener, this guy here, there should be like a spawn guy. Spawn. Holding shift, regular scale, small scale. That's not in that guy. Okay, calibration screen. Nope, it wouldn't be in you. It would be in our minigame then. We have like a spawn. The default latency, starting key X. There we are. Okay, our starting key X, let's set it to instead be 300. I'm curious to see if that helps. Right now, all the notes are appearing at once in the beginning because they're negative. They don't have enough time to travel for that note to start. So, saying that, what I'll actually do instead, now I'm thinking about it, is we won't have that note come in immediately. We'll give it a second. I'll go ahead and export that. Export that MIDI to JSON, do all of those things. Not the main score, just the flute. Export MIDI, yep. And we'll go ahead and through all of that process again. Export the piece of cake, yep. And transpose it. Where are we at? You go here, then I move you to, where are we at? I have too many download folders, I tell ya. You go here, we go into our documents, open a new window, and where are we at? Uranium is yummy, I recommend it. A lot of taste and calorie. I have heard it's very caloric dense, or is it calorie dense? One of the two. Muse score, yep. And I was thinking glitter, that way she can never get it off, but don't tell her. I expected better out of you, Uncia. Glitter of all things. I already sparkle enough, I tell you. Let's see. Songs, yeah, and songs. And then we have piece of cake you here. Yep. Move you to here. Download you again. Move you back to here. Rename you to piece of cake. Rename, copy, delete, rename. Yep. Okay. So now I'm hoping this won't be as bad. We'll go back into here, back into our piece of cake JSON. Yep, piece of cake JSON. Delete you. Yep, you're not needed anymore. Go back into here. Reopen the new imported JSON. This guy here. I thought where'd you go? Re-imported piece of cake JSON. That would be this guy here. Drag, drop. Okay, we're all good. Go back to our piece of cake map. Refresh the JSON. Go to this piece of cake JSON. Now let's give it a try. And don't tell me you don't want to sparkle more. I don't believe you. I assure you, I can sparkle so brightly it's blinding. I truly can't, and I already sparkle enough. I'm sure some people in chat can at least say they've seen that sparkle. Okay, hit. Should some banger sentence. Hit. Okay, back to main menu. Levels. Okay, teleport. All right, song time. Hit sweet cookie. Interesting. You know, I think sometimes to myself, why? And I don't know how to answer it. But that's that. I think possibly the numbers are off, or maybe it's saying the half number is a half thing, so maybe we have to half the half. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm gonna have to look through the math more. It is 5:14. It is probably going to have to, yeah, it's gonna be a thing of figuring it out a little bit more, but I think we're close. We truly are. And maybe I should help you instead of talking about sparkles. Like I said, I appreciate your help a lot, and I'm 100% going to keep working on this. I am sleepy. I don't know if you can tell, but usually after the 4 to 5 hours, I take a bit of a nap, and then we're all good to go. For math around, math about, yeah, we're gonna have to math a little bit, which is a-okay. Also, where did the music go? Music, come back. If I mute it, unmute it. Okay, all right.
Daniel _Philip _Johnson is now following.
Thank you for the follow, Daniel Philip Johnson. Thank you. Now, I wanted to address sparkling, right? Hold your horses, all right? I'm just going to hide for a quick second, okay? Since we're at the end of the stream, I can do this. And I'm going to, very quickly, super quickly actually, just go ahead and, there we go. Possibly, there we go. And then I'm going to do, this and, that. And, as you can see, well, this is gonna be really silly. Let me crop this guy here, move this over here, and, oh. See? It's a little tricky because Bobby's in the way, but I shine. Star bright, starlight, the first star. I see. All right. I told ya. Oh boy. Saying that go. That'll be the end of the stream. Well, let me hold on. Let me unsparklify myself. Give me 1 second. Oh boy, oh boy. Move that back down a little bit. Move this back down a little bit. I think we're about in this range here. Somewhere along the lines of this, I think was the appropriate amount of sparkle. There we are. Welcome back. And that's how people look like when they watch you for so long. You're glowing. You're too sweet, I tell ya. And she refused stardom to talk to chat. She's too modest. I could have said if I wanted to. Saying that though, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'd love to find someone to raid. If you want to participate in the raid, that would be a great time. It's too bright for my eyes. I told you. I already shine quite well enough on my own. On YouTube, otherwise though, we'll go to the end stream, and that way I can end it out there. However, on Twitch side of things, we'll come back, and then we'll see if we can raid someone, as I think it's always really fun raiding indie devs, as I don't think there's enough shine that people get, and it's fun when we can find people who do different things, especially since, as I said before, the other week, we raided someone who happened to be making a rhythm game, and then they ended up helping me figure out my calibration. So raiding definitely helps. Saying that though, that'll be it for me. If you have a lovely night, evening, afternoon, morning, day, dark, sun, rain, right? And let's see, what else do we have? We have